All right, everybody. It's a broadcast of the Ebony Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. This is the Black Knight. We're back with a new version of Gangsta Talk, broadcasting from Maryview Hospital over here in Portsmouth, Virginia. We're going to be talking about not being afraid of anybody's talking point. We're doing something new over here at the Ebony Star Network, testing out a few things. So far, we like what we see. We're going to talk about a little bit more. We're also going to talk about something a little controversial that people may not want to get into, but we will get into it tonight. Do black people need a drop squad? What is a drop squad? We will talk about it on Gangsta Talk. We have a new motto now. We are not afraid of your talking points. Bring all talking points. We do not agree with everything, but we are not afraid of your talking points. So if you got your smoke, bring your smoke with you. Leave your disrespect behind, though. We don't mind the smoke, but we got a problem with disrespect. All right, Dame, drop it.
Yo, check your mic. Let's test these levels.
Check.
Okay, word. We got the sound. Let me know when the break's coming in.
Nah, there's no break. I'm just gonna go straight through.
I kick that shit.
Heaven sent, I can prove this. Any crowd, turn me up loud. KR will move this. Long before Eazy-E, this MC, he was ruthless. Kicking rhyme, spitting rhyme, written rhyme, freestyle. I deuce this. Who's this? You don't know me, homie. I'm the one and only. I turn your tool into a toll. Tell you owe me. You ain't gotta go to the past to know me, homie. I'm KRS-One. My power is now at control. These rappers are bony and lonely. I'll catch them coming out of Shoney's. I don't Oscar or admire, they baloney. No phony. I spit for the time from the mind. So when I spit off the head, of course I'm ahead of my time. Yes, I'm better with rhyme, and it's evident I'm the lyrically benevolent kind. This you never gonna find. I'm spitting plenty medleys. This is work, not a job. Rappers are crying like a boss in reverse. They solve. That's when they get robbed and disappointed. They not anointed, get them set up like an appointment. I spit the same heat you like to joint with. Fire, spit the truth, no liar. Heaven sent, this is higher. The mic cooks, I write books. The heavyweight champion. The song becomes a knockout with the right hook. I'm raw, meaning not cooked. These fake rappers heads are down, cause in the face of KRS, they do not look. 40 cal style, rap-a-pum like big drums. When I heat up the cup to 420, it's done. Light up the cheek with the chunk. I teach when I come. Knowledge reigning supreme. What these rappers speaking is dumb. It's a treat when I come. I'm not what you used to. I'm the return of Khufu all over these tracks like choo-choo. I'm the guru. So when my teaching premieres, it's Gangstar. Hitting you and your man in the same car. These whack rappers, fuck who they are. KRS is like a hooligan. Hitting them all with the same bars. Hooligans hitting them with the same bars. Your whack style just ain't ours. Venus to Mars. I'm teaching with bars. Spitting these bars. But youngins under 21 can't even get into these bars. So I don't blame them if they not seeing these bars. Cause when I hit them with my universe, all they seeing is stars. Speaking of bars, when I spit one, you can see it's all about impact over an income. The big one, multi-directional and exceptional. 10 of my first 20 albums are all collectibles. You feel the heat when I'm next to you, truly legendary. Underground, undetectable, and revolutionary. Most of what's going on today, you know we knew already. I tried to teach our people about poverty, it took too many. It shook too many. We can see what a curse is. So I re-emerge to show these youngins who the first is. The minister, frying rap chickens like churches. And the worst is seeing your temperature taken by nurses. IV bags, your family picking out hearses. It's like you at the Barclays Center, you won't survive these verses. Sprite means spirit, so I obey what my thirst is. The whole planet, so-called Earth, is what my turf is.
Hold up. Yo, I got this. Yo, this is about to be fire. Levels is on point. You sound good out here. Let's get this project started.
All right, y'all. Welcome to Gangsta Talk. What's going on, everybody? It's been a while since I did a live. There's been a few things going on YouTube. I'm sure you guys are watching the fiasco going down. I mean, you can't miss it. It's pretty much on in every part of this sector. It's the whole Taz thing. And so, you know, situations going on with that. But that's not what we're here for. That's not about business. We are the Ebony Star Network. We do what we do. And we've been trying out a few things over here. We have a new form of ladies' nights, which we call the LK Rumble. Now we still have traditional ladies night for all you traditional ladies, but we also have the new LK Rumble, Ladies Night Rumble, with open panel, which seems to be doing very well, and the ladies like it. So it looks like LK Rumble will be aired next week as well. In lieu of the traditional ladies' night, we're trying to figure out a way to where we can integrate both of the shows. Of course, the traditional ladies' night is different. It's not a Rumble-like show or rant show or an open panel show. It's pretty much for the ladies. The ladies do their thing. They talk. They do their lady stuff. LK Rumble is quite different. LK Rumble is altogether something completely different. It's a different animal. It's a wild, no holds barred open panel of people with vicious talking points. Okay, understand, we are not afraid of anybody's talking points. If you see right here, it clearly says we are not afraid of your talking points. Bring the smoke. Game on. We mean that. Now, we can totally be against a lot of the things that you stand for. That's okay. It doesn't mean you can't bring your talking point. You can bring this stuff. Bring it on. Try it. Not saying it's going to work, you know what I'm saying? But you're most welcome to come up on the panel and give it your best shot. We welcome different ideas, different views from all walks of life. Just because we don't agree doesn't mean you can't express your viewpoint. Now, we do. We won't allow certain things. Like, for example, we will not allow any type of conversation about grape. Okay, we won't do that. Whether it's with a woman, a child, we won't entertain those kind of conversations. So, if you some kind of lunatic and that's what's on your mind, you need to stay away from this channel because we're not going to engage in anything like that. Homosexuality, we don't condone it. But we don't have an issue with people who are in that community who want to come on the panel and say what they have to say. You're welcome to express your views. Again, it doesn't mean that we agree with you, but you are welcome to express your views. Now, the new style, what's going on, Yeti Black? Now, the new style that we're going with, the LK Rumble, hey, it's not for the faint of heart. Charlene is not playing games. All right. Charlene is ex-military, active reserve, and she's built ram tough. All right. So don't expect to be coming up in here and these ladies are going to be soft because they're not. All right. And, bring it. As long as you got an argument, as long as you got a stance, we're willing to listen. Get in where you fit in. What's up, Joe? Get in where you fit in. Okay? This is a new style of ladies' night, y'all. It's called the LK Rumble. Yes, you can say, well, O'Shea Duke Jackson had the Sunday Rumble. Well, Rumble is a universal word. It's not that we're copying off of O'Shea Duke Jackson or anything like that. We just have our own style of rumble. I mean, the word rumble is, you hear it, nobody actually owns the word rumble. You know what I mean? So we have our own version of rumble. It's called the LK Rumble. All right, Ladies Night Rumble. And so far, we like what it's doing, man. We've had 4 panels. We've maxed out our panels. And we've gotten to some serious discussions back and forth. And for the most part, people have been respectful. There haven't been any real laying anybody out. But, it's the beginning. It's good, too, and we like it. And to have, I have a guest on the panel with me tonight who was the inspiration of LK Rumble. And we're going to talk to her a little bit. Let me see if she's ready. Charlene, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Charlene. I'm I'm introducing everybody formally to LK Rumble, something that's been inspired by you, and it's doing well. How do you feel about its progress so far?
I'm happy that everybody's enjoying the show. I really wanted to have conversations with both sides of the argument, and I want us, to learn from each other, and hopefully we come to a conclusion, and we can learn how others feel out here in the community. That's what it's really for, is so that we can all walk away with something.
Now, let me ask you a question. How do you feel about the LGBTQ community coming up and stating their talking points?
I have nothing against the LGBTQ community. I mean, um, I could, I don't like, you could say, transgenders, but I welcome everybody. If you're gay, you're gay. If you are a lesbian, that's your choice. I feel like if you're open and you like the opposite sex, I respect you more as a person because you blatantly tell everybody who you are and you're not afraid. And as far as trans goes, I don't think I'm on board with that yet. But if they coming up here, state your talking points. My thing is, do not try to convert anybody who's straight to be on your side. Don't do that over here because I'm not going to entertain that. Other than that, yeah, they could come over here. We're open to hear what they got to say.
Now, let me ask you another question. Now, is LK Rumble? Is it truly um what do you call it? Is it truly for all walks of life, or are you going to allow people from different ethnic groups to come up and give their views on certain topics, whether they may say if you're talking about a particular topic that fits a particular ethnic group, are you going to allow commentary or talking points from different people from different races? Is it truly what is the word I'm looking for that
Are you
involves a lot
saying,
of
is
people?
it exclusively black show?
Right. Is LK
Well,
Rumble exclusively for blacks, or is it open universally to all races of people?
Well, the topics I throw out there is really targeting the black community, and it's stuff that we could talk about and we could all relate to, and they could be controversial, and there's things that we don't ever talk about. And that's the purpose for most of my topics that I bring up here. But some of these topics could have, other racial groups could be dealing with the same problems. But my topics is mostly for black people, because I grew up in a black area, black neighborhood. I come from a black family. So those are the topics that I want to talk about. And usually I'm hoping that I'm having conversations with, black women and black men. But if other racial groups want to come in and hop on the panel, because maybe they learn from their life experience, or they've been through the court system, or they could assist us or give us some pointers. I mean, we are all ears, and I'm open to hear it.
Okay, so okay, Rumble at its base is still kind of, or well, is it at its base pro black or kind of pro black, or
No, it's at the base pro black, because
okay,
most of the topics that I'm talking about affects the black community. So I'm
okay,
talking about things that affect me. I'm talking about things that I see, what I grew up with, what I see on a daily basis, and probably what I see in the spaces and
mhm.
based on my experience.
Okay, so you're not going to tolerate other ethnic groups come in giving their opinion on what's going on in the black communities.
No, they
Oh,
can give their experience based on what they went through, but they can't come on here and they can't come on here and be judgmental if they haven't walked in our shoes.
okay. So, all right. So, okay, y'all. So, y'all heard it from the originator of LK Rumble herself. LK Rumble is pretty much at its base pro black. So it is not a universal melting pot. Okay, so I stand to be corrected. I thought it was more of a universal, because you never know with these millennials. Okay, but hey, okay, I'm glad to know it that it's pretty much still locked into being pro-black. Now, let me ask you a question, Charlene. Hello, Charlene,
Yeah.
you there?
Yes, I'm
Do you,
here.
do you think that OK Rumble can help get out some very important issues that's really hurting the black community? Like, I noticed that you've been focusing on like really intimate things that make us tick, like fatherhood, how fathers treat their children, you know, the dating scene, which is really bad right now. I mean, just horrible right now. Okay. I mean, you're pulling people out of the woodwork. That last discussion with the fathers really had people intrigued. You have both men and women, really getting into it and discussing these issues that we're dealing with now. Do you think that that's the best way to go to try to bring us together by discussing the issues that nobody want to talk about, like fatherhood? How are black fathers treating their daughters and their sons? What's going on inside of the house? Why aren't black men and women staying together? You think that's the way to go to try to solve our issues by tackling these topics that people don't want to touch?
Yes, we have to tackle it. I mean, it's like the elephant that's in the room, right? We don't want to acknowledge it, but it's sitting right there, and we see it every day. But nobody, we want to act like it's not there, but we see it all the time. So my
Now,
necessary, I want to bring it to light, and I want the men to hear what other men are saying, and I want the men to hear how women feel, and and hopefully that will change their insights, and hopefully that will bring change to the things that they're doing, and give them some enlightenment.
now, you do know, right, that tackling these kind of interrelative um, topics can bring about an onslaught of finger pointing at black women, which is probably why some people stayed away from these talking points, because when you look at the end part of a relationship and what makes the relationship tick, right?
Mm-hmm.
There were certain things that happen within a relationship that cause people to behave a certain way towards their spouse. Okay, like okay, I don't know what Randy SoCal is talking about, but anyway, so hey, you know what, y'all? Don't block him. I don't want nobody to block him. I want him to continue to express himself. We got to teach him. Okay, okay. We got to try to rub off on him rather than continue to ridicule him and put him down. We got to help build him up. He's still a part of the black men who have a lot of problems, and they're only going to get better if we help them. If we keep insulting them and putting them down, they'll never get better that way. That's why, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna give him a wrench. I don't want nobody blocking him. Okay. I'd rather try to get through to him and change his mindset. Okay. But yeah, Charlene, these type of things can open up a slew of finger pointing on both sides. I mean, are you ready for that? I mean, it could be a ton of finger pointing on both sides. Okay, apparently Charlene is on her
No, I'm here.
snowmobile.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Uh huh.
Yeah, I'm open to that, because I don't think it's finger pointing. I think we need to
Nah,
talk
nah.
to
It's
them.
gonna be finger point. It's gonna be okay. You leave the toilet seat up when you go to the bathroom. Okay, you leave a half drunken milk carton of milk in the refrigerator. You don't close the door all the way. You keep the lights on all night. The TV's running all night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
You
understand.
don't you don't eat all your food. You waste food. You don't take out the garbage. You leave the garbage sitting too long, and half of the house gets scented up before you take the garbage out. These things gonna start coming out of the woodwork because you're talking about the inner workings of a real relationship. And if that relationship is going bad, there's reasons why. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be a bunch of finger pointing on both sides because some guys are going to say, well, you women are doing this, you women are doing that. And then the women are going to say, well, you men are doing this, you're doing that. So I'm just saying, are you ready for that kind of kickback? Because if you're going to strengthen the relationship, you're going to have to deal with those issues because those issues are what usually lead to the breakdown of a relationship because they're done over a period of time, okay, which eventually wears people down.
Yes, I understand. I'm gonna get some pushback, some drawback, some finger pointing. That comes with the territory.
And let me ask you another question. You've also got a little taste of the so-called dating scene or what these guys are trying to present as a dating scene here on social media. What has been the biggest drawback you've seen so far? Or do you want me to be more specific?
Yeah, can you be more specific as what you mean by?
Okay, have you been impressed with the ability of some of the guys here on social media to talk to women and to garner a woman's attention and maintain her attention in a positive way that can make the woman be interested in them, or have you seen something completely different?
I have seen you know what? I've seen things completely different.
Okay.
I and I don't want to finger point and say this and that, but we can't really take what we see at face value. We have to get to know the people, and that's all I'm gonna say to that. And action speaks louder than words.
Well, I mean, okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, I'm gonna throw some words out there, all right? You tell me which one you like when it comes to the black men that you've experienced so far here on social media. Okay? All right, what about inept? Yes, no?
What do you mean?
Do you believe that the guys that you've experienced so far are they capable guys or are they inept?
I feel like they're inept. Some of them,
Okay.
okay, all right. Some of them, they don't know how to, I would say, take control of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have confidence, and some of them, they have the cards in their hands, but they lack
Mm-hmm.
the self confidence to play them.
Okay, now let me ask you another question. What do you think? How about this? Do you think that they okay, inept, okay. Man, I lost my chain of thought that quick. Um, okay. Do you think that they are excuse makers, or are they um, showing signs of determination?
Uh, I feel like it's a lot of excuse makers,
Hmm.
not so much determination. I would say excuse makers. Yeah, excuses. And not putting forth the necessary work that is
Okay, now,
required.
check this out. There's a very interesting comment in the chat by Randy Sucker. This is why I don't want to block this guy. Okay, I want him to keep expressing himself. We're going to get him straight at some point. Okay, he said, I think I understand what he's trying to say. Okay, he's saying black men should understand that they need to be impressive to black women, or that they need to impress black women. What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, just I don't know. Just think about it. For these guys, right? If you had a sister, right, and
Hmm.
you was looking at a guy that your sister was interested in, and he was trying to talk to your sister, you
Hmm.
would be observing the guy and seeing exactly what he does, how he talks, what he's doing, and is he exactly showing interest in, your sister. And
Okay.
I think that's the best way to break it down to them, because if you tell them in a plain scenario, they won't see it. But if you tell these guys, act like if it was your sister or your mom, then they will understand.
Okay. So far, because you have dabbled a little bit. I wouldn't say dabble because they actually brought the action to you because you have your own show here on the Every Star Network. Y'all, it's called Relationship Talk with Charlene. It airs on, what was it, Tuesday and Thursday, right?
Yes.
Tuesday and Thursdays. And so they've come to her. They brought the relationship dating scene to her show. And so far, is it the behavior of the guys or is it the rhetoric? Do you find, which one do you find more troublesome? Is it the rhetoric? Is the rhetoric mature enough to hold your attention? You're 30 plus years old. Is the rhetoric mature enough to hold your attention, or is the rhetoric problematic?
I feel like the rhetoric is problematic and it doesn't hold my attention.
Okay. Now a lot of these guys are 30-year-olds. Some of them are north of 35. Okay, so at that point, given the age range of the guys who are trying to have these kinds of conversations to get the attention of black women, um, how does that look? I mean, you're a black woman. I mean, does it give you any hope that the batch of men here are going to be capable of at least getting the attention of a black woman?
I don't think they yeah, I don't think they are, because think about it, because if a woman is doing well for herself, it's, some, I would say a good majority of black women are, and they want more out of life, and they think about, what they eat, they think about, their education, you can say, they just want overall more in life and an enriching environment. And they have to think about, like, what are you saying, what are you doing, and how is that gonna be a good addition to myself.
Okay, so
Is this
yeah,
person adding value to me, or you know
Trader Nerd, I'll get to the drop squad in a little bit. I'll tell you exactly what the drop squad is. Now, let me ask you a question. No, as a matter of fact, let me get to what Randy SoCal. Randy SoCal says what he means is black men should stand out to women and be unique. The woman always chooses the man. Women know what type of man they're looking for right away. What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, we kind of know, we have an idea, we like choose somebody, but the guy has to choose us too. It goes both ways. But we're
Mm-hmm.
not gonna talk to somebody, just because they like us. I mean, you could like a million girls, right? Like, what I would say, what makes me so special from her, like, just because I'm a pretty face and you see me right here, another girl might come on the scene and she may have a pretty face. So
Interesting.
what? So when guys talk about they interested in this girl and that girl, I mean, you got to do more than say she's pretty. Like, you got to like show that you're interested. You got to do your background research. You got to show some action. Talk is cheap.
Mm-hmm.
We get talk from a lot of guys. Like.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll get back to this. a little bit later on in the show. I'm going to I got to log off and come back on because I'm frozen. I'll be right back. And then when I come back, y'all be talking about the Drop Squad. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I can't wait to find out that. I wanted to ask them before the show, but was ready to get ready to go.
I didn't know what that was either, and Dame could have warned me, today. But you probably didn't have any clue. But anyway.
Yeah.
All right, moving forward. So Randy SoCal says, "What I mean is, black men should stand out to women and be unique. Be unique. The woman always chooses a man. Women know what type." Oh yeah, he just talked about that.
Okay, I'm back. All right, everybody, let's get into the main part of the topic, the Drop Squad. Do we need a Drop Squad? If so, what type of Drop Squad? There's different types. There's a political type. There's a very extreme type. And there's another type that I don't want to mention. But let's get into the political type. Okay, these are people who go after sellouts, political sellouts. And they're a group of individual people that track people down who are selling out and hurting the race, for the sake. Like, for example, a Candace Owens or a Jesse Lee Peterson. They would seek these people out and attempt to talk to them to change their mind, to get them to stop selling out, try to convince them that they're selling out is hurting black people and putting black people back. Okay? And allowing black people to suffer even more than they ever did before. And they would try their best to convince them. And if they couldn't convince them, they would just simply go away. Now, the other type of Drop Squad, the physical, the one I call very physical, they're different. The extreme ones, they're different. They will actually put hands on you. They will go up to you and try to convince you first, verbally. They'll give you a chance. But if you still insist on hurting the people, because you have to understand something, you call these people extremists, but they see themselves as freedom fighters because they see black people as a monolith. Okay? Everything is one to them, right? And so when you speak against black people or you say things that favor white supremacy or the dominant structure, as far as they're concerned, you're hurting black people. Okay? And so this particular Drop Squad group are a little bit heavier on the physical side. So they're usually trained mercenaries or ex-military. Okay, so they're pretty tough dudes and girls. Okay? Many of them are psychologists or study psychology, professors. These are pretty heavy people, okay? They're not just bums off the street. If you look at the movie Drop Squad, right, those guys weren't just bums off the street. These people were very heady. They were intelligent people. They were just willing to go to the extreme because they cared about their people that much. So when these types of people, when this particular squad of people step to you, it won't be as easy as the ones who are just political. They'll try to get you to change your ways or whatever. And they'll give you a chance too. But if you don't change, they don't see a change after a while. The next time they pay you a visit, it's not going to be pretty. You might end up in the hospital or worse. Because the way they see it, they're not just going to let you sit there and continue to hurt black people. Now, we can say they're wrong, until we're blue in the face. But they don't believe that they're wrong. And you have to understand something. We don't all share the same views from what we see in reality. Everybody's affected a little bit different. This is the problem that we face when we think that all of us feel the same about what we see. There's a guy named RBR, right, who's an absolute lunatic. He seems to think that all our problems comes from lying, that we lie about everything, that we believe that white people are lying to us. And he believes that his way is the only way to some kind of political salvation, even though he never offers a solution. All he does is insult black people. There's never really no solution. Telling people to stop lying is the solution. Stop lying about what? Okay, if you say stop lying about being black, okay, we stop lying about being black, then what? He doesn't have any real solution to anything. He's just a lunatic that rambles a lot, who has a gimmicky show that says the same thing over and over and over and over and over again because he doesn't have any original thought in his mind. This is why he copies everything from everyone else. He's like a tape recorder. And so when you have people like that in your society that are blatantly hurting your community, what do? And he has an influence. Like, for example, he disrespects black women in the most heinous ways. I mean, this guy is vicious when it comes down to attacking black women. You thought the manosphere was bad? This guy makes the manosphere look like Boy Scouts. I mean, he viciously attacks black women. He attacked black women with some kind of extreme prejudice, calls them bees, has the most nasty disposition towards them. And he calls it telling them the truth. Now, would you want somebody like that in your neighborhood? Doing that to the women in your neighborhood? I want you to think about this for a second. Because a lot of y'all believe, and y'all been brainwashed to believe that violence isn't the answer. Of course, that's what white people want you to believe because that keeps them at an advantage. You don't never see them walking around talking about that when it comes down to them doing something to get rid of their issues or their problems, do you? You don't never hear them say, well, violence isn't the answer. They only say that when it pertains to you. You know you're the only one that walks around here talking like that? And the only people that actually talk like that, they only talk like that when they're talking to you. You're the only fool walking around here that believes violence isn't the answer when you see violence answering problems all around you. If you can't see violence answering issues and answering for questions around you, then you're either dumb, stupid, or blind, or don't want to see it. White people use violence to solve problems every single day, all day long. What do you think guns are for? What do you think guns do? What are the police doing when they're pulling a gun out, right, and pulling that trigger and bullets are flying out the chamber? Is that righteousness, or are they using violence to solve a problem? Or are they using violence to stop a threat? Or to back off a threat? Violence is used every single day. Only you, the one that walks around here, believe that you can't use it to solve problems. White man got you thinking that you can. The white man uses violence every single day to solve problems, to put down threats, to stop threats. Now you would say that, to stop a threat, if you have a molester in your community that is molesting child after child after child, Good evening. I'm from Molina. I'll be your nurse for the night, okay? All right, hold on. I'll be right back, y'all.
Yeah, if we have a molester going through the community night after night after night, doing the horrible things he's doing, traumatized, he got to go. Yeah, he gotta go one way or the other.
Okay, I'm back, y'all. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
So like I was saying, right? And so you have a molester in your community. You have someone wreaking havoc in your community. What are you going to do? Play nice with them? How are you going to stop him? You're going to tell them to stop. Hey, you know what? Stop doing that. That's not nice. Well, I'll be right back, y'all. Dame, hold it down for me.
All right. No, the heck you're not. Especially if you're trying to protect uh the children in your community, or if he did something to someone in your family. No, there's not gonna be no nice talk. It's there's not gonna be, hey, stop that. What you're doing is wrong. And shooks, it might not even be any talking. He got to go. He can go to jail, or there's other ways. But in the meantime, he gotta go. You gotta get him out of your community. Nobody is safe, and you cannot have eyes everywhere. Mm-hmm. So so
Yeah, so what Dame's saying is true. You so I think that was the purpose of it. So I mean, we know RBR is out there. We know but like he talks bad about black women. He disrespects women on his panel. He basically disrespects anyone who does not agree with him. He's disrespectful. Um, I might think he has a mental problem if you ask me. Can I picture him being out in public? No, I cannot. I mean, because he would look like a grumpy person. You probably wouldn't know what is his hidden intentions. And every day he talks about the same arguments every single day. And sometimes we have to ask ourselves, how many RBRs are out there who are on the internet that we don't know about? How many people are on there have this build up hatred in their hearts and they spit it out on the internet? They probably might not have a channel, but if you give them an outlet and you give them some time, I bet you one day they're gonna tell you how they truly feel. So I think we need to be mindful of the people who's around us, and just know that there's many variations of RBRs that are out there, right? And just like the guy who did that smoke bomb and it was in New York. He had a YouTube channel and he was being volatile and he was cussing and he was also being disrespectful to women. And you can see the sickness in his face and it's oozing out. And you can see his eyes and you can see the bags underneath there. And you can see the red lines in his eyes and he looks like he has insomnia. And then you see the like he's frowning in his face. It's a whole look. You look like he dragged down. He looks super negative. Like You can't get him to smile. Like all the energy and the life force is being sucked out of him, and he's just a vessel. I don't know, taking in like all this negativity. I don't know. Maybe he has like a whole bunch of spirits following him. Who knows? But he wait till he got to that point, and and we're just saying, maybe we can help these people out. Maybe we can. They already made their way to the cliff. But if you will see these people out in society, and one day they will probably have a YouTube channel, or they will come up and they will start spitting. And when they start spitting, you will feel the hatred. And you can tell right then from there, exactly where their life is going, exactly what's their thought process, and what's about to happen to them.
Mm-hmm.
And we've met a couple on here who hop up on the panel. They were brave enough to hop on. They admitted that they was messed up. They admitted that they was taking in a lot of this negative information. They admitted it, and it took them down a dark, lonely path with no friends, no one in mind, because nobody wants to be around that, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because the only time they seem to be happy when they imagine hurting somebody.
Yeah, so it's a lot of them out in the space. Yeah, and I don't know who they listening to. They probably listening to RBR. Imagine listening to RBR 7 days a week for 4 hours or 5 hours every day. You taking all that in. That's subconscious programming, whether you like it or not, right? You're slowly taking it in. And sometimes you yourself might hop up on a panel and you start being disrespectful and start acting like Mr. RBR himself.
Yeah, then you're yelling, you're cursing, you're disrespecting uh,
Yes,
that
we've seen
energy.
people in the space that's like that, and then it'd be like, "Oh, he came from that panel. That's why he think it's okay." So yeah, just be mindful of what you listening to and what spaces you're entertaining. Because if you go on his platform, I mean, he has this atmosphere where he can cuss, he can curse, he can belittle and talk down to black women or any kind of woman that's on his panel, and he do that to his other members that's on there, and he create this atmosphere, and you're listening, and you're like, damn, and you're in there too, and then all of a sudden you're there every single day, for like 2 or 3 months, and then all of a sudden you leave from that space, you go into a whole new space that's nothing like that, and you come in there and you're bringing all that negativity, and you start cussing at the fly, and putting words in people's mouths. Now you become the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And just like him, you're gonna be start being kicked out of other spaces because they don't want that.
So D-Rock Dunn says, I always thought that Abia was on black women. Is God them? What? I don't understand that. Is he
I always
saying?
thought that Arbor was on the black woman is God. I think he meant thing. Team. Oh, team. Okay. I always thought that Arbor was on the black woman is God team. Um,
No.
no. Or if it was a long time ago. No. He thinks he's on the. I'm telling the black woman the truth by cursing them out and calling them names.
Yes, and then he talks, and then he puts words in your mouth and says, "Oh, it's because she is because I'm black." Nobody listen. Newsflash. Nobody cares that you're black.
Especially other black folks.
We don't care. We're black too. What that's supposed to mean? It's like really, like I don't understand that. Nobody cares. You can't bring that argument up every 5 minutes when you know you're wrong. Oh, she says that because I'm black. She don't want to believe me because I'm black.
Yeah.
And then everybody's a coon. Everybody's a Nazi. I swear to you, I have never heard those words. I mean, I have heard those words, but never as never as much as when I seen him on his panel. I never heard those words as much. I thought you was never supposed to use those words. They were considered as like racial slurs that you never say.
Depends on which group you're saying it to.
Yeah, and he blatantly says it like it ain't nothing. I was just like, wow, like certain words you're never supposed to say. You just don't say it.
Yeah.
Like yeah, and I feel like the word Nazi is one of them. You don't say those words. People don't say those words as everyday cuss words.
Yeah. But I came in when everybody disagreed with was Russian bots.
Everybody what?
Everybody that he disagreed with were Russian bots.
Yeah, that too. Like I like the words he be saying. I just be like, what? Are we going back in the days like 50 years ago? Like I don't understand like why are these words being said like this? And who cares about a Russian box? I mean, you can have your perspective and have your argument. You stated your argument. You know what he should do? Just have like a 2 minute video on his argument and then get down to the meet and greet of his show, which it ain't nothing. It's just a fucking rant.
Yeah. It's a rant on the same. I guess you could say the same topic, or somehow it gets back into the same topic.
Yes, I just be like, oh my God, like how many times do we have to hear this? Like this is getting old.
Yeah, for those who old enough to remember records, a record player is like he's stuck. His needle is stuck on that.
And
On that.
for real, it's just like we heard the same argument yesterday.
Okay, Trey asks, should free speech apply to RBR?
You know what? You know what's so crazy? Isn't RBR is banned from all social media websites except for YouTube. That should tell you something.
Yeah, well, they always say free speech ain't free. There's always consequences to what you say.
Yes, it is, especially when you say in words like coon and Nazi every 5 minutes. Like people don't use that in their
Okay,
vocabulary
I'm back.
every day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back, y'all. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for holding it down, ladies.
Okay.
Should free speech apply to? Sure, free speech should apply to everyone. But just because you have free speech, don't mean that there isn't consequences to what you say. See, this is where people get the game screwed up at. Sure, you can say anything you want as long as you got the balls or the cojones to back up everything that you say. Now, I understand some of you are walking around here to believe, well, words don't bother anyone. Okay. You can think that if you want. Unfortunately, everybody don't share that same sentiment. Words do bother some people, and they bother some people a lot. So you can say whatever you want. Nobody is saying you can't say it. I just hope you can back up what you say. Okay? So now You got somebody in your neighborhood terrorizing your neighborhood. So what you want to do? You want to leave it like that? You say a person in their right mind will want to stop something like that, right? Let's just humor ourselves for a minute and believe that we are people that are in our right state of mind, and we don't want our young ones hurt. We don't want our women hurt. And we don't want nobody terrorizing our neighborhood, right? So when you find something like that in the neighborhood, you have to get rid of it. And getting rid of something like that isn't right. You don't do it by righteousness. You need an act of violence to get rid of these kinds of violent things in your communities. What do you think the police do every time they pull out these guns and start busting caps? You think they're moving in righteousness? No. They are using acts of violence to get rid of violence. Even though that's in your face every day, for some reason you don't comprehend that. You're still walking around here talking about there's no excuse for violence. Really? Then what are the police for then? What is self-defense for then? What is the military for then if there's no excuse for violence? Like I said, black people are the only fools walking around here that actually believe that. Oh, it's never you get violence. You're scared to death. Violence is never an answer for violence. There's no excuse. You should never hit somebody. Seriously? You actually believe that? You actually believe that you should go through life and never actually put your hands on another human being? You actually believe that? Now, I can understand that. You want to be a peaceful person, okay? And you don't want to hit people. I don't want to hit people either. But some people provoke you. I don't hear nothing about, well, I don't care if they provoke you. Should have. No. It doesn't work that way, son. In the real world, people get provoked and they react. All this robot shit about, well, I don't care what it was. You should have never. No. It don't work that way. That's when you see they only talk like that to us. They don't talk like this to other races of people. I've seen how the dominant society react to other races of people who commit violence or acts of violence. They don't talk the same way to them the way they talk to us. They don't go to them and say, well, there's absolutely no excuse. You should have never cut that man's head off for raping your wife or graping your wife. You should have never shot that man for graping your wife. There's absolutely no excuse. They don't talk like that to the other races of people. They talk like that to you, though, because they don't want you to have nothing. They don't want you to have any kind of advantage, one way or the other. So they talk like that to you. They feed you that garbage. That's why you're the only fool walking around here talking about some turn the other cheek. Nobody else thinks like that except black folks. You're the only fool running around here talking about love your enemies. Nobody else is doing that but you. They feed you this caca. You running around here listening to it and perpetuating it and getting your ass kicked 10 ways from Sunday. They got you guys spooked. A lot of you become a bunch of spooked Negroes who are afraid to live in reality and are living in reality and completely don't want to have anything to do with what reality is showing you. They got you living in an open shell. It's like you're in the shell in the middle of reality, and that shell is your comfort zone. But reality is right outside that shell, and you're looking at everything. You just won't step outside that shell. Violence isn't the answer. Then what are we doing with the police force and the military then? If violence isn't the answer. The problem is you misunderstand violence. They don't really teach you about violence. I see what I'm learning, the more I research, because I'm growing too. I'm not going to sit up here and pretend that I'm not continuously learning myself. I'm growing too. I'm starting to understand something, right? We've been taught differently than everybody else. Okay? They don't teach us the full meaning of common words that we use. Like violence. We don't really know the true meaning of it. We don't really understand violence the way we should. That's why we're walking around here talking about violence isn't the answer, because we don't truly understand violence. You know that there's a good side and a bad side to everything, even bad things. Bad things have a good side too. What's the good side of violence? It's when you use violence to remove a greater threat. If violence isn't the answer, then why do you accept the answer of violence being used against a person that's terrorizing your neighborhood? Meaning you don't have a problem with violence if it's used against a person that's molesting children. You ain't got no problem with violence then. How is it that you don't have a problem with it then, but then got to know to turn around and say, there's no excuse for it? You should never, violence is never, I mean, come on. We live in the real world. There's violence everywhere. Now you have to be smart about it. I'm not saying be dumb about violence and go around committing acts of violence because you're an idiot. No, you be smart about it. What's got you thinking that there's no reason to use it? Well, the word itself, it's the way they have you understanding the word itself. They got you spooked at the word. When you hear the word violence, you're scared to death. Ooh, violence isn't the answer. There's no excuse for violence. There's never an excuse to do the fuck you talking about. There ain't never excuse to. There's never excuse for you to hit someone. Really? Really? You're gonna be that naive and actually believe some stupid shit like that? That there's never a reason to hit someone? See, they tell you that's foolish shit. Nobody else thinks like that. No one else in this world. I've been around the world. I've broken bread with other races. I've lived in different countries. Nobody else thinks this way but black people. You've been conditioned to think like a fool. There's never a reason to put your hands on the hell if it isn't. You're gonna tell me if somebody try to snatch up your daughter, you ain't gonna put no hands on that person? You're gonna tell me if a person comes up to you and slap the taste out your mouth, you ain't gonna put hands on that person? That's just small examples. What about somebody stole what you worked hard for? Or even worse, snatched all your money out of your bank account. You ain't gonna put hands on somebody? Oh, people that make you put hands on them. But they're telling you that there's never an excuse to put your hands on somebody. You actually believe that. A drop squad is a group of people that go around and try to correct people that are politically incorrect and are sellouts and coons that harm the black race. That's what a drop squad is. You have several. You have different kinds of drop squads. You got the political kind, and you got the extreme kind, which will actually put hands on you. That's what we're talking about right now. Now, some of you are like, "What do you mean, put hands on me? You ain't supposed to put your hands on me." Well, you see, again, you think like a fool. In the real world, people get hands put on them every day. So you have to understand something. In the real world, you can say whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You can't get away with that all the time. Some things you say, uh huh.
Yeah. Time.
Okay, so like I was saying, sorry about that, y'all. I'm in the hospital, y'all. I'm getting ready to get out of here tomorrow, so I was talking to the nurse. But anyway, and thanks for all of y'all who wish me a speedy recovery. I am recovering, and I really appreciate the love, especially coming from the women. I really felt that. And let me tell you something, man. I'm going to do a show about my time in the hospital where I had the best care in the world. I was in the hands of black women. Okay? Black women helped me and nursed me back to health. All of my nurses were black women. Okay? And I was in heaven, man. They took care of brother. It was like they knew who I was, you know? And I'm going to do a shot. I got a few names to shout out too. You know, tell you how good I was treated in the hospital by black women. All kinds, light skin, dark skin, brown skin, it didn't matter. See, because I don't play that color game. I don't give a damn about light skin, dark skin. They're black. I know better than to play that stupid ass color game.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't say nothing about not putting no hands on domestic terrorists in the hood, Trey the nerds. As a matter of fact, that's exactly that's exactly who I'm talking about. I'm talking about putting hands on these domestic terrorists in the hood. That's who I'm talking about. And as well as the Candace Owenses and the Jesse Lee Peterson, them too. Them too. You understand what I'm saying? Them too. But no, we got to get the domestic terror. I agree with you. There are terrorists in the neighborhoods, and they got to go. Gangbangers, they got to go. Do me a favor, ladies. Y'all take the show before me for about 40 minutes. I got to deal with something. I'll be right back.
Yeah. He did say there was different types of drop squad. I think he was talking about the political drop squad for the politicians and those in the political area. Um, the other drop squad to deal with the, as you said, the terrorists in the neighborhood. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So they have different methods. Now, some of them may talk and remind you of where you're supposed to be. I think that's the political one. But if you're not listening, you're not doing it, oh, then you get the other. Um, ones that lay hands to remind you. And see, we hadn't had that in a while. See, the in the community, the black men used to handle that, get these bad elements out the community. Tr- Um, get them out. hmm Black people harm the black race.
Yes, I believe that's true.
hmm
Just think about it. If we did have a actual drop squad, right? Um, and we can target the people who's actually doing the crime in our area. And I'm not saying everyone, but the people who's actually leading it. Because believe it or not, there's like there's kids, right, who they're on a path, they're going to school, they got dreams, and it be certain individuals that pull them away. And I've seen it happen in my family. Um, so my auntie, well, my cousin, he was in school and he graduated, and he wanted to go to school. And at that time, I had joined the military, and I think he was looking at that as as an option, to do something like that, just to get out of the environment and to experience something new, you know.
hmm
And so right when he graduated, it was summertime, and summertime in New York City is bumping. I mean, it's if I was to go out there for the summertime, it'd be a good time. People got their motorcycles. You got your icy stands. It's a good time. You dress up. They be having parties and stuff like that. And also on the other side of that, it still be people who be selling drugs, guys who be just hanging out in the corner or out in the night. And so anyway, so it was the summertime, and my so my auntie, she was she got married to her husband, and her husband, his cousin, right, influenced my cousin to go and rob a corner store, and there was two corner stores. I don't know where he got the idea to influence them to do it, but the corner stores in New York City, they make a lot of money. They make like probably like 20 racks a month, or maybe 30. They make good money, probably a $500,000 a year, but they make good money. So their idea was to go rob the corner store for about, I guess it was about probably possibly get like 5 G's or something around there. So they wanted to go rob the corner store, and they got guns, these big long guns, and it was 4 or 5 of them. Kids, these little kids, they're like 17, 18, just got out of high school, very, how they say that they just wanna, they'll listen to like men, who's older, because obviously they look up to them as a role model, because they probably didn't have a father figure in the house who told them, the things that they should be doing. And they look up to them because they see that they got, I don't know, Jordans, they got chains, they got money, they flashing, they got a car. And so basically he lowered them in, and they basically robbed the store, and they all first they all went to jail, and my cousin was on the loose. He didn't think he could get caught, and he went to Disneyland, and he got drunk. He was drinking Hennessy, and he got drunk. He jumped in the fish tank in in Disney World. He jumped in one of those fish tank aquariums, and they had to pull him out. And then he got in trouble for doing that. And once he got in trouble, they found out that he had a warrant, and that's how he got arrested. And then he got tried. And And you know what was even worse was the fact that he did that twice. So it wasn't his first offense; it was his second offense. So the judge, let's just say the judge was not lenient. He ended up doing 15 years to life.
Mm.
And I say that because there's a lot of boys, black boys, who are out there who minds can be easily snatched, from guys in the community. They're like from these older men in the community who are in their 30s and their 40s, who really don't have a job. They're on the corner, and they're looking for little boys to do these kind of acts because if they know if they do it, they going down for some heavy time.
Yeah.
And that was bad because he just got out now, you know. They gave him his probation, and now he has to rebuild his life from scratch.
Mm.
And I go out to say, like, please, if you're going to court and they got physical evidence against you, please take a plea deal or go to the grand jury and take that first sentence that they offer you. Please do not go fight the system and they got evidence against you. You make no sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's what happened. They tried to fight and they had him on camera doing the act.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't his first offense, it was his second offense.
Okay, so uh, okay, they let him loose and he did it again.
No, he did it twice and then he got caught.
Oh. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
And the judge was saying if he let him go, he think that he will continuously continue to rob. So
Yeah.
yeah, so that was he was all there for his sentencing, and that was bad.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right. So, Max said to go ahead and drop the link. The link is in the chat. If y'all want to come up and talk.
I would say that's the problem. These older men that's in the communities on the corner,
Mm-hmm.
have they beer in their hand. They mean no good. Or even the drug dealers. You gotta make sure you protect your kids at all costs.
Yeah.
And that's true. If we had a drop squad and we see these guys out there, you know, I don't care. I would. I need that guy off my block, out my neighborhood as soon as possible.
Yeah. I
And
guess
it's
it's
not like, and if you live in Brooklyn and you own a brownstone, right? Not like you're gonna go get up and leave from your brownstone that you pay good money for, you know, just because some dude is on the block. Like, you're not gonna do that, especially if you want to pass it on to future generations.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. My issues was that some of the kids that was drug deal, I knew them. I knew some of them since they were babies. I had to threaten one because my grandfather got addicted to crack. And every time my grandfather would call, he would come, and I have a wrestling match with my grandfather, getting the crack from him. So I talked to him. I said, "Look, my grandfather got a lot of illnesses. If he died because you give him crack, you're not just going to jail for selling drugs. You're gonna go to jail for murder." And I said, "Look, I knew you since you were a baby. I love you, but I'm gonna kill that love if you give my grandfather crack." He said, "But he be calling me." I said, "You recognize the number is his, right?" Because my grandfather had that same number for years, years. And stuff. I still got that number memorized. And I said, "Don't come. Just don't come." stuff like, because my mom put a peace bond on her. I said, I will kill it, then I'm gonna get you. You will not be safe. You will turn yourself in the police just to get away from me, and you ain't gonna be safe then either. He knew I meant it. He didn't come back. Oh, he got arrested, but he changed his life around. But he had to go through jail. I hate that they had to go through jail to learn to change their life around. He's a family guy. He turned his life around once he got out. Had good support. I think also the fact that his sister died, and because of him, before she died, all kind of trouble because everybody didn't know his address, and for a while that he was staying with his sister, and I think her dying while he was in jail, really, hit hard. But he had to get out of the community. He was selling drugs. Hmm. Now, is either prison or there's other ways. Hmm. Yeah, so in small towns, the worst part is them.
And you know what? I also want to say, I mean, from my experiences, I would also say not all family, you think is out for your best interest at heart.
Hmm.
Some family could they think there's competition, of who's better, who's this, and some of them just don't care, about you, and some of them they lead you to like narrow ends in life.
Hmm.
So yeah, so because I personally know the situation that somebody laced somebody else's weed, right?
Hmm.
And what it did was it opened some part of their brain or something, and they never was the same again.
Right. Or
So I'm just saying, like you just got to be careful, and like even though your kids are older, you got to tell your kids about stuff like this.
yeah, 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 because there be people that do things because they think it's funny. I've heard it that often on for the years. Um, I know several girls that got addicted to crack because somebody they trusted, some family member, or in one girl's case, her man, uh, laced her cigarettes with crack and got her addicted. And even worse, the one that was her man, she was pregnant. She just couldn't understand why she couldn't stop smoking cigarettes. And she said something's not right. She kept saying, she said, I'm gonna just have to steal my man's cigarettes. I said, you got a whole pack in your hand? I didn't make the connection because crack was just starting to come into our community. I wasn't aware of all the things. I was like going off to school, and I was like, that's not good for the baby. You need to stop smoking. She said, I'm trying and trying. She said, she said it's hard. And then next thing you know, I'm hearing a couple of months later that she's addicted to crack. I said, there's no way. She hates drugs. She lost her mom and her dad to heroin. There's no way. I came back for Christmas holidays. I was shocked, and yes, she was totally changed. Yeah. but she was able to fight off the drugs enough where none of her child was not born with crack in the system in 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 her system. Hmm. Yeah, it was a constant battle. She'd be fine for a while, then she would slip. When I found out, I was trying to get was trying to I was going looking for her man, but he was already in jail. Yeah.
Yeah, that's yikes.
Mhm. Mhm.
You know. So
Yeah.
anybody in the panel, well, anybody, you guys can hop up on the panel. Anybody in the chat, if you have an experience where you've seen something in the community, a person who probably lowered in young boys, lowered in, young girls, and you know that they was knowingly did that, and you actually had, a team of people who could take those people out or possibly, get them out the area. Hop up on the panel. Like, we want to hear from you.
Mhm.
Just imagine if we actually had a group of people, that can actually take effective action, you know, and give these people some warning. And then, later, or if they continuously with their acts and they're gone, and, your children are in a better, safer environment, they're able to, you know, they're able to go to school, they're able to do their daily things and not worried about, and you don't have to worry about them taking drugs, selling drugs, going to parties they're not supposed to be at, or doing things like gang activities or fighting that might endanger their life, stop them from going to college, or put them at a huge disadvantage.
Mhm. Or getting caught in the crossfire between two groups of drug dealers fighting over territory. Or
Yes.
in one weird case, a woman.
Yeah, so all these petty games, when you play games, you win stupid prizes.
Hmm. Yeah, and not all drop squad put hands or do other means. Um, I know of one, although I wasn't thinking of them as a drop squad where they they gave evidence, they filmed, they want people to talk, they track people down, and they turn all that information in to get them out of the neighborhood, to get them off the streets because they were making the street dangerous. They may not have necessarily been shooting up the neighborhood, but they were attracting people that was.
That's for real. So yeah, hop up on the panel because we want to hear from you. Like,
Mhm.
what if we had a drop squad, how effective this will be in your community? Would this make a difference? Yes or no? Do you think this should happen? This should be implemented?
Hmm.
Yeah, we want to hear from you.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think, Dame? If this was in your community, would this be beneficial?
If it's being known that this drop squad is specifically targeting bad elements of the community, then yes, it would be a benefit. Some of them will change up what they're doing, let it go, stop what they're doing, or they would just move, because they don't want to be removed. But if it's just people just disappearing, nah, it's not gonna sink in, you know, unless somebody makes the connection. Oh, okay, all the drugs disappear, and not to mention, As you said, some of them are kids. So yeah, if it be known that there's an element out there getting rid of the. I mean, there's a squad out there getting rid of the bad elements in the community. Yeah, it would be very effective.
Yeah, I think that should happen. Give them the option. Like, you stop selling this, you get a job, you can get one here. They're hiring. I already got your name.
Hmm.
Or you don't have to get up off this block. And if you don't, you know, I don't know what's gonna happen to you, but that's out of my hands. And just tell them that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because think about it. Is either you do that or you're gonna have another chaos in the community right after. You know? That if that one person could leave, it will stop the craziness and it'll stop the aftermath of what's gonna take place after. Because he could influence another young man, and that young man could go get all his friends and influence them, and then all of a sudden those mind games turn into something else, and all of a sudden they're thinking of different ways they can make money without actually going to work and making a product or becoming an influencer or becoming an entrepreneur. Let's say they want to go pimp girls out, now that's gonna influence the other girls in the community. That's what it is, and it's an ongoing thing.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. And now the question is how this is applied to JLP and Candace. That sounding like them right now. How does it apply to JLP and Candace? Okay, then we're gonna have to wait for Max to give it. I'm not certain. All I know it would
I was
be
gonna say it does not apply to them. I mean, because they're going about it like the non-violence way. They're going about it through politics. They're not really on the ground foot doing the action.
mhm.
It's
It
easy
would
to get up and start talking about stuff that's happening in the community, but when it boils down to it, I mean, are you going to be there to assist with the change? Are you going to put your boots on the ground? Are you actually going to go walk around the community and implement that change? It's so easy to talk while you're up in the skyriser. When you're not there and you don't know what's going on, it's so easy.
uh, yeah. And yeah, political maneuver is different, and especially since they they're not actually running for an office. They
They're
are
like they're like
they're the puppets
debaters.
for they like the puppets for certain uh okay, they like the puppets for WS, even though they claim they're not. But the way they talking and coming at the black community, the most you could do is find stuff on them to threaten them with, and but mainly you got to get them to stop talking down on the community. Say, look, you got to find a way to motivate black peoples to your point of view without talking down or on them or just concentrating on the negative, and you making it sound like it's 100% black folks. You're black and you don't fit in that category. So why are you making it that black folks are this and that when you are also black yourself?
You know what, Trey? The link is in the chat. Like, what's good?
Here, let me put it again. Since you must have missed it the first time. But I think it's because we kicked them out the last time. But as far as I know, we didn't block you. We just kicked you out. You was being Lulu. And wait a minute, no, we didn't kick you out the last time.
No, we never kicked him out. So
Yeah, he
yeah.
dropped off. I guess because he was waiting to get his turn to speak, or he was arguing back and forth. All I know is I asked him to pause. I was trying to work to get people in and out because we had maxed out the amount of people. And I was trying to get Abner. I was letting Abner know that it was okay to go ahead and step down into the chat so we can have another person up on the panel. Wifey got me cutting grass and y'all kicking out a truism.
Well, that's good. Cut your grass.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta do yard work tomorrow, and I'm not even trying to do that.
Well, it's raining down here. Nobody's gonna be cutting grass. Nobody likes to
Yeah,
cut wet grass. That's probably why wifey got him cutting grass before the rain get in their area.
that's smart. 'Cause I don't even want. I gotta go cut like the tree, the palm trees. I gotta cut all those dead leaves off. It's not. I don't think it's a lot, but yeah. And then the weeds and all of that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope it start raining. It start raining by tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a little problem. Oh, yeah. So, so I wish I knew more about Drop Squad. I don't even remember the movie too much. Drop Squad. Well, to me, they came and kidnapped the. They came and kidnapped. From what I can remember, if it's the same one, I probably got them mixed up. They would come, kidnap a person like JLP and Candace, and take them off somewhere to deprogram them and remind them that they're black and they shouldn't be talking. They shouldn't be talking and treating their black folks this way. The thing is, you may not like some of the things they do or say, but hey, don't be dogging them out in these public sectors. Okay. Yeah. So maybe that's what needs to be done. They need to be kidnapped and deprogrammed. But if you can deprogram JLP and and CO, are you good? Cause I think they too deeply program themselves. Because every now and then, if I hear when I hear them, I'm constantly amazed at the stuff that comes out of their mouth. I'd be like, I feel like they cursing me out. Are they trying to verbally assault me? And yet, you'd be like, we're talking about the same two people. Yes. Or it makes me cringe. I was like, oh, they're embarrassing the heck out of us. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see
I
that.
got a question. So, do you think this drop squad could happen on YouTube?
On what?
Mhm. Do you
On
think this
YouTube?
drop squad could happen on YouTube?
Hmm. It's a possibility. Because as we've seen over the few years, it's possible to get information on people, even if they are behind behind their computer screen and stuff like that, and people can't be got at, so to say. So yeah, the question is, do they do it? How would they go about? We're not talking about, oh, let's see, making them disappear. More like the deprogramming them type stuff. Let them remind them that they can be got at. Part of the thing, the appeal of YouTube is they think they can't be got at, so nobody know who they are. They can't be hit. They can't be held accountable for the stuff they said. But a drop squad that's able to get at them, know who they are, get at them, let them know that they got at them, and why they got at them. Yeah, it would change how some people move. And, you know, yeah. So it'd probably be even more effective on YouTube. Because as I said, part of the appeal of YouTube, a lot of these social media thing is that. All right. Yeah, just like a few people got shocked when they said some things, and the person said, "I'm coming for you," and next thing you know, somebody socking them in the mouth for the things they said. They changed up a bit. Hello, Max, you back?
Okay, I'm back, y'all.
Mhm.
Oh, did you
Yeah.
hear what we were talking about? Or
No,
no?
I was busy with the nerd. What you
Okay.
guys
Okay.
talking about?
Well, Trey asks, how does the drop squad apply to JLP and Candace?
Oh, Jesse Lee Peters and the Candace.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this particular drop squad wasn't, but how does it apply to JLP and Candace? They need to be reprimanded for the things that they do to hurt the black community. Selling out hurts black people, and it confuses young black youth. Um, Candace Owens said Tamir Rice caused his own death. So we can't allow that kind of mentality in our community. And black people have to start fighting back. People are practicing economic war against us. I saw someone mention something about a bodega. Well, that's pretty much an economic war. Other races are practicing economic war against you. They're setting up businesses in your neighborhood, businesses that you don't control, but you patronize with your dollar, and they take your dollar completely out of your community, leaving you helpless to defend your community with any kind of financial resources. So at the end of the day, if something breaks out, you don't have the resources to defend yourself in your own community. You become a sitting duck. That's what happened to the people doing the riots, right? Black people were running around with their heads cut off like chickens, while other people who own businesses were armed and sitting on their rooftops and shooting at you. And you had no real defense against that. That's because you had no control over your community. You had no resources to purchase guns and have a proper militia or anything like that to establish any kind of order or defense in your community. That's why they were able to sit up on their rooftops and pick you off like sitting ducks. Right? Yeah, you see, in Trade Nerd, you would be a candidate for the drop squad because apparently your mind is screwed up, and you are somebody who is pretending to be black. Okay, that kind of mentality lets me know exactly that you're not one of us. Okay, and so also a drop squad will really filter out who was for us and who was really against us, and that's what you really have to do at the end of the day, because that's what other races of people do. They find out who's on their side and who's not on their side. Okay, like I said, the bodegas, that's economic war. Another race of people have established businesses in your neighborhood that you rely on, and you give your money to. At the end of the day, you get nothing in return. Nothing, absolutely nothing. You get no power, you get no control, you get no growth, nothing. You have no defense, you have nothing. That is called economic war. Having a conversation with you, Trader Nerd, would be useless because it'll be like talking to someone that has a head like a spinning top. Okay? So I'm not going to engage in a conversation with you. It would be useless. Okay? Because people like you purposely, disregard the truth and purposely spin things. Like I said, it'd be like talking to a person that had a spinning top for a head. Okay? But yeah, do we need a drop squad? If we want to, I don't know if we need a drop squad, but I do know that we need a squad of people with a singular focus. And we need to grow that singular focus out to other people. The only way you're going to get something done, you have to focus on one thing at a time. All of this black people coming together, man, forget about all of that. There is no black people coming. You know how many black people in this country? What do you sound like saying, well, black people need to come together? When is that going to happen? You got more than 60 million black people in this country, probably even more, because they've been lying about our race count since hell froze over. They lie and tell you that we're only 13% of the population, so they can have a reason to kill us. That's all that's for. The lie of the 13% of the population, that's there so police can have the right to shoot black people. Because if you never really know how many black people are in this country, then you don't truly know how many are being murdered. So I think we need to fix one thing at a time. We need to focus on one thing at a time. And one thing that I think we need to go after, we need to go after real estate. We need to get some property. Property is king in this world. You need to own shit. Okay, just having money isn't enough. You need assets. You need to own shit. If you just got cash, people who own property can muscle you because they got something that you need. Because you still gonna burn the cash on something. You understand? You need shit. We need to focus on purchasing shit. Property. Property is king. That's the quickest way to power and influence. Property. Once we start getting the property, then we'll go from there. But none of this bullshit about we need to open up businesses. What kind of businesses? You don't just open up a business for the sake of opening a business. Most of you folks talking about opening up businesses, the type of businesses you're talking about opening up are ridiculous and won't make any money anyway. We need serious black people, not just people who are sitting here, regurgitating talking points and saying things because they don't have anything else to say, or saying things because they want to sound cute. We need to open up businesses sounds cute, but what kind of businesses? What are we even good at? What is the standard product that black people make or black people produce that we can sell to the rest of the world? And please don't tell me shea butter. I'm cool with the shea. I'm cool on the shea butter. That seems to be black people's answer to everything. Shea butter, shea butter, shea butter. Do we have something other than shea butter? You see, why do black people riot? You riot because you get fed up with the mistreatment and the injustice. And it gets to a boiling point to that you don't know what to do, right? And when that final straw is broken, you pretty much snap. And you don't realize that you're in a vulnerable position when you do that, because when you snap and you run out in the street and start tearing up shit, you're vulnerable. You don't have no protection. You become a menace to society. Therefore, people have the right to gun you down and be justified. That's the wrong way of going about it. You see, you go about it that way because you don't control your communities. You don't have any resources. You don't have gun. You don't have organized guns. You need to get into your communities and slowly start taking your communities back over. Now, how do you do that? Okay. How do you get foreign businesses out of your community without an act of violence? Easy. Stop patronizing them. Stop giving them your money. They can't survive without money. If you're a black folks talking about, man, I need my Chinese food, well, then you need to go to another. If you're serious about taking over a community and taking financial control of a community, you got to get rid of the Negroes that have this weak mentality. Oh, I love my Chinese food. That's not going to get it done. You can't love Chinese food and financially take over your community at the same time. It's not going to work. Cut the Chinese food off. Cut the bodegas off. Cut them all off. Stop giving them your money. They can't survive without money. And send a message loud and clear. No matter who you send in here, we're not going to patronize them. We don't care if you send Italians in here, Chinese people in here, Hispanics in here, even Africans. We're not buying them from them either. We will only buy from the black people who own and control this community. And that's American black people. So you got to start there. Stop patronizing businesses. Stop going into that Chinese restaurant. And eventually he'll get the message because he won't be making any money. And right, and he'll shut down. If the city don't want to sell you the property, okay, fine. The next sucker that comes in there, you don't get any money either. Okay, you can start to muscle your way back into your community. Just simply keep your dollar to yourself. Now, you're going to have to go outside your community for a while to get some of the things that you need. But as long as you're in your community, you're working on one community at a time, stop patronizing the foreign businesses in your community. What are they doing there anyway? What are they doing there for anyway? Why are foreign businesses in your community making money off of you and not doing anything in return to help, forward your community for the better? What are bodegas doing in your community to help your community? What are Mexican restaurants doing in your community to help your community? What are Chinese restaurants doing in your community to help your community? Nothing. They're there to siphon all of the financial resources out of your community. They don't give a damn about what happens to you. It could be 10 black people living in a broken community with abandoned houses. There'll still be a Chinese restaurant there trying to get money off them 10 black people. Come on now.
Yeah. Oh, that's one way not to patronize. Um, Try to find as many uh black owned businesses that you can find for the stuff you need. As I said, come together and get the. You might have to temporarily go outside your community to get what you need. But you're trying to drive them out of your community, so as I say, you might have to temporarily go outside your community to get those in your community out. And then when they leave, hey, you buy up the property. Even if y'all have to come together as a whole community and buy up the property. Mm-hmm. And open your own store bodega. Or whatever business that and you sell it to other like-minded black folks, put it in there that okay, was selling property to you, but we have first dibs if at any time you decide to sell the property. Mm-hmm. Or you rent it out to to somebody who's trying to establish a black business. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Start saving money to
Okay, I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's going to take some doing, but I don't know about this generation, man. You guys are different. I'm still learning the millennials and the zennials. I don't know how you guys roll. I'm old school. It's very simple to me what needs to be done. But you millennials and zennials, you guys are different. Y'all look at it a different way. You're the ones who are going to have to take this fight into the furthest reaches of the future. So I'm not sure what y'all going to do. I mean, I've already heard some things that make me think that some of you are ready to give up and give in and accept what the master has on the table, whatever scraps that he can shovel down to you. I've heard some of that. Then I've heard some of you on the Black Power stuff, a different kind of Black Power, but you know, I've heard some of you on the pro-Black stuff, pretty much Black Power. So I'm not sure how you guys are going to approach it because it falls on you now. My generation is done. So it pretty much falls on you guys now. What are you going to do to get yourselves out of this situation? Where are you going to succeed? Where the generation that came before you failed or dropped the ball? Because saying that the Gen Xers dropped the ball, saying that for the next 50 years isn't going to help you either. Somebody's going to have to go and get that ball and pick it up and start running with it again. Okay? You don't get to change anything by complaining about what didn't happen. So I'm not sure what you millennials, you guys got me. I think you guys are a mixed bag. I truly don't understand you yet. Some things I do understand about you. Some things I'm learning. And I don't knock you simply because you have a different mentality than I have. We came up in different eras, so that's to be expected. I don't blame many of you for not being pro-Black. That's not your fault. You didn't grow up in a hardcore pro-Black environment like I did, so I can't expect you to think the way I think. And if I did, that would be unfair, and that wouldn't be realistic. So I got an open mind, and so I'm learning what you guys are all about and trying to see what the future it's going to hold for black people and where the millennials and the zennials are going to take us. Okay, we got somebody on the panel. Hold on one second. I'm frozen. I'll be right back.
Hey, what's going on, ladies?
Hey,
Hey,
Trey.
Trey.
Yeah, I came up to talk black, every gets back. But it's good to hear you, ladies. Yeah, I've been sitting up here listening to y'all while cutting this grass.
Okay, I thought that you came up, that meant you finished cutting the grass.
Well, no, I got some other things to do. So before I get the weed whacked and breaking out here before it gets dark. So while I'm doing this, jump up here, have a little convo with Black.
All right.
Okay, Black Knight is here.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, hold on. Sometimes it's a
Okay, I'm
little. Oh, you good. There you go. Trey wants to talk to you.
Let's
What's
do
going
it.
on, Black? Hey, man, I'm
What's
glad you're
up?
feeling better, man. You're recovering well,
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
no doubt. And first off to the ladies, I know before y'all were talking about RBR and free speech and all that, and like RBR is like hates me beyond belief. And but at the same time, I respect his gangster. It's like, yo, if he wants to go online and say all that crazy stuff, it's us as individuals, and leaders of our family to tune him out and let our loved ones know that, like, look, hey, I highly suggest you don't listen to an individual like this. At the end of the day, if we got loved ones to be like, no, I'm gonna listen to RBR. It's their choice.
Okay.
That's true. It's kind of hard
Well,
because.
well, here's my problem with all of that, right?
Mhm.
See, all of that, that's a new way of thinking, okay? And that's some kind of conditioning that then came with this new way of thinking. And all of this pretty much started after the crack epidemic. But before the crack epidemic happened, right, there was a different way of thinking, okay? And that way of thinking was called removing the problem. If there was no problem there to begin with, then no one would have to worry about choosing it. See, we were about removing the problem because we understand that some people, a lot of black people, right, don't have a lot of strength to resist many things in life. Okay? So if you truly cared about your people, you would get rid of the things that they may otherwise become addicted to that's not good for them. That's the way we thought back in the day. This
So
this
RBR,
right, this new way of thinking, right? Y'all don't care about each other. So y'all don't mind the poison being laid around the neighborhood. Y'all just look at it this way. Hey, just don't drink the rusty water, right? Don't sit over here, don't sit over there. Rather than creating an area where we all can sit down, just don't sit over there. Rather than cleaning the water so we all can drink the water, just don't drink the rusty water. We're not going to do anything about it. Just don't drink it.
well, okay, so you as an individual man, according to the Constitution, signed by the men in 1776. That's not up to you to
You
decide,
made the
bro.
Constitution that was created by two ignorant white men.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. History is, whatever you want to make it, based on the
I
winners.
mean, he ain't about to be. First of all, there were two ignorant, racist white men.
Okay, man, chill, bro. Let's talk about it though. We all have freedom of speech in this country, and that includes
What's there to
RBR.
talk
Like I
about?
said, I'm not an RBR fan. RBR hates my guts. RBR probably
Forget about
wishes, you know what
RBR.
I'm saying?
I'm talking about the Constitution. What is there to talk
No, no,
about?
no, no, no. Here's the deal, man. The Constitution, we're all just like you guys. Now, you're advocating for, if we get to the drop squad, you're advocating for physical harm being put onto those who don't believe what you believe. If you can't force them to believe what you believe,
No,
should that be considered
that's not
free
what I'm saying.
speech? Is
That's
that
not what
free
I'm saying.
speech guaranteed? No, no, no. That's exactly what you said, bro.
What I'm
Now,
saying. Let me tell you what I'm saying before you can get it right. I'm saying I'm advocating harm towards people who do things to hurt black people.
okay, you said their words hurt black people. You said they're sellouts and they hurt black people. Now, you advocated harm towards them. Is your speech protected by that same Constitution that you say was written by some racist men?
Of course it is. I didn't say that you couldn't say what you didn't want to say.
Okay, then. So you're advocating violence, bro. You're
Absolutely.
saying that.
That's
Okay,
our
cool,
problem.
cool. That's it. So here's the deal, man. I'm on. I love me some JLP. Candace Owens, man. That's the homie right there.
In the real world, I see violence solve problems every day, sir.
Okay, so
White people use violence all the time to solve problems.
bro, I don't play the whole white black game, man. You know that, man. You remember from our last conversation, man.
Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. People use violence to solve problems every day.
Yes, and so instead
Black
of
people are foolish enough to walk around here and think that there's never a time for violence and that you should never put your hands on someone and violence is never the answer. Only black people are foolish enough to believe that. Nobody else believes that but black people.
all right, so cool. Here we go, bro. President Trump offered his assistants to come into Chicago and clean up Chicago. Just come in there with a heavy hand and fix things. But here's the deal. At the same time, mama don't want her nephews, her little cousins, and them to get hurt when they get swept up because they criminals out there. Just like Umar. The only thing I agree with Umar on is one thing. When he said some of them got to go for good. And it is what it is, man. There's some mamas out there that's going to be weeping, some tears, because these dudes, they can't be reprogrammed. There's no drop squad in the world that's going to come out there and reprogram some of these killers out there in these neighborhoods. But your focus right now is on some people that you classify as coons that are spreading a message of change, that are spreading the message of don't live that life.
First of all,
that's not what they're spreading.
Brother, how do you equate violence to us saying we're gonna get somebody off for YouTube? How do you get violence? What's violent about removing a YouTuber from this platform? How is that violent?
Hi, Zab. How are you, man? Good afternoon, brother. How are you? You coming in hot and heavy, Zab. Here's the deal, man. Like I said, Black, it's free speech, bro.
Was it 1864 or 1834?
Don't matter, bro. Like I said, man, history's a lie, bro.
You notice
history's a lie, man. Here's the deal, Zab. I'll get to you, bro. I just acknowledge you, bro. I just get, I said, what's up, man?
Okay, so you don't have a problem with Trump coming in with the FBI. You don't have a problem with Trump coming in with a bunch of feds to remove black people, but you got a problem with black people policing themselves.
No, I have no issue with that. I say this right now. I could get a group of men, not just black men, a group of men, American men, who will come in there and daggone fix these neighborhoods. And like I said, you won't like the results because right now your problem is this. You don't want somebody who's a different skin tone coming in there fixing that situation. But there's not enough black men in this country who think the right way, that's willing to lay the heavy-handed work. Because you don't want pook in the neighborhoods, but oh man, we can't have somebody that don't look like us come solve the problem.
It sounds like you don't advocate violence, because you actually talking about having non-black people come into the black community and remove black people. That's violence. But
Zab, I'm talking to black, bro. I'm talking to black. I'm responding to what Zab, you must not have been listening to this. Throughout this whole broadcast, Black has been advocating to put hands on those causing domestic terrorism in the hood. Mm-hmm. So take that up with Black, Zab. That's not my idea.
I agree with Zab. I didn't say that non-black people can come into our community and lay hands on us. This is a black problem.
And that's what I'm saying, though. You're not willing.
If a non-black comes into the neighborhood, we're going to consider that as an act of war.
Okay, here's the problem. You're not willing to do what it takes, bro. You don't want the problem solved. You ain't got the numbers.
But you see,
you ain't got the numbers to be proof, bro.
What it takes. Well, we have to create those numbers. We got to create those numbers. We got to establish. Hold on one second. We have to establish. Hold on one second. If we keep looking to other people, hold on one second, Zach. Hold on one second. If we keep looking to other people to solve our problems, then we will never develop the correct mentality to solve it ourselves.
And do you think they're going to scare your black ass after they get rid of the element that you want?
Come on, Zab. None of that, Zab. None of that. Me and Black are having an intelligent conversation here, man. None of that feeling stuff. Yeah, look, man. Nobody's coming for me, bro. Look, Zab. Let's keep it intellectual, bro. Nobody is coming for me, bro. No, nobody's coming for me. No, bro. No, Zab. Nobody's coming for me, man. Me and Black are having an intellectual conversation with great ideas. Nobody's coming for anybody. Nobody's coming for Black. Nobody's coming
Well,
for you. Nobody's coming for the ladies, bro.
Like to have an intelligent conversation.
That's what we're doing, Zab. Here's the deal. I'd love to see the hood cleaned up, Zab. I grew up in the hood, man, and I want no parts of where I grew up at. None. I love where I live at. I love where my kids live at. It's nowhere near the stupidity. Guess what? I would like the neighborhood I grew up in to look like that once again. But at that time, there was a bunch of based men, most of them Vietnam veterans, who held it down. And none of this stuff would be allowed. But those men don't exist anymore because the men right now, when you say, hey, we got to solve these problems, first thing going to say is, oh, no, we can't. Dr. King said, just like Black said, we got to turn the other cheek. We can't, let those people come in here with the violence. So you got to make a choice, man. How bad do you want the community cleaned up? How bad do you want your grandmother to be able to go to a store in peace?
You want to invite non-blacks into the neighborhood to clean it up.
Oh my God, bro. I want Americans to fix American neighborhoods, bro. That's what I want. I want all American streets safe.
How you want to dress it up, Americans and this, but you want non-blacks to come into the black community.
Bro, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as black to me, bro. Here's the deal, man. I had a business right in the hood, bro, and I didn't sell to just black folks, man. I sold to everybody. I would hope, man, if you build a business, you're not gonna be out there, oh, this is for black only.
Well, we're not. Now you're conflating two issues. You're bringing up business, and you advocating for violence from non-blacks coming into the community to, as you put it, clean it up. You want to ethnic cleanse the community, and you're advocating for that.
Come on, bro. I never said ethnic cleanse. You did, man. Don't put words in my mouth, man. Come on, that's a female tactic. No disrespect to the ladies, but that's an emotional. That's an emotional argument, Zab.
In a black community, you're saying that you want it to be ethnically cleansed from the bad element, in hopes that the good element, will be allowed to live. Like they won't kill your black ass.
Zab. I don't live in the hood anymore, man. I live in a big ass house, bro. I make a whole lot of big ass money, bro. I'm not around that anymore, Zab. Zab, I don't believe in ethnic cleansing, bro. I believe in making all our neighborhoods safe again, so all our children can be safe, Zab.
Ethnic cleansing. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Zab. I didn't hear you.
You're trying to black-splain ethnic cleansing. Oh, I don't believe in ethnic cleansing. What I believe in, just have the white people come in and get rid of all the bad people.
Zab, who is all Zab? You're the Zab, intellectual, bro. You're the only one that said those words. You're the only one that said the white man. You're the only one that said ethnic cleansing.
What you're actually saying.
No, bro, that's not what you heard, bro. Unclog your ears. Go get some peroxide, bro. Put it in your ears and clear your ears out, bro. That is not what I said. I just asked this, ladies. Do y'all want to be able to go to the store safe in your own neighborhood? Like, who are you more worried about? Freaking Jesse Lee Peterson or some domestic terrorists going out there shooting up the block?
Both.
When you got to go to the store at night.
Matter of fact, I can make a case that Jesse Lee Peterson is even more dangerous.
How, bro? How? Please enlighten me.
Because he's an influencer.
And what is he influencing? What is it? Is he going out there? Is Jesse Lee Peterson causing? Did he influence any? No, there's no such thing as that. Did he influence anybody to go commit a drive-by last weekend? Did he influence anybody?
Real? You're actually more dangerous than the drug dealers.
No, Zab, that's emotion. Now, Black. My question to you is this, bro.
Zab. What he's doing is he's influencing young black people to turn away from black people and get rid of their culture.
Okay. So Black, while you were dealing with the nurses, the lady said straight up that it was influence from men. The young lady, I think it was you, Charlene, that said it was influence from other black men in that hood that caused her nephew to go out and commit crimes. It wasn't Jesse Lee Peterson. It wasn't a white man. It wasn't Carlos. It wasn't Hung Lee. That's who influenced her nephew, her cousin. So please, bro. So please.
But that's how dangerous.
Talking about. Hold on, I got this. Since let's focus on this drug dealer problem, and your belief that white supremacy isn't a real concept.
Okay, I was a drug dealer. Here, let's practice this. I used to sling rock. Bro. So please ask me. I'm an expert on this. I used to sling rock.
I get it. You used to be a drug dealer, right? I got it. But listen.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the opioid problem and the fentanyl problem right now,
I ain't worried about that.
That is running havoc on the white community. They're framing it as a medical issue.
Oh my God, bro! I live around all
Right?
white people, man. Ain't
We
nobody
all
on no
see
opioids out here. So next, bro.
we see
Next,
how
man.
they're
Look here.
allocating resources to these white people that's going
Oh
through
my
it.
God, bro, can you do anything besides an emotional argument to bring up white
This
and
is not
black?
an
Let's stick
emotional
to some
argument.
substance.
They don't want to
It
be
is, Zab.
emotional
I
because of
know you very
literally
well, Zab. It's
facts
emotion, bro.
that's
Can I
disturbing
ask
your
a question?
nonsense.
Can I ask a question? Dun, dun. Okay. So 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 Trey, I understand that you want to have outside activity, or you can say the
Let's talk
police
ethnic
or
cleansing.
military. Dab, I'm talking. You want them to come in and clean up the area, and you want them to do it by what? By killing out
Uh, Here's the
No,
deal.
like
the.
I don't want.
basically what
He's
he's
not
saying
gonna
is he wants
answer
to
the
No, no, no.
cover.
stuff. He's a blind
Matt,
No,
Black,
I
Black.
want to know. I want to know clearly what would be his plan. What is exactly that he wants to have enforced?
Okay, here's the deal, Black. It's my words, bro. I don't advocate for it. I really don't care. I'll never be around it again. I'm in Texas, bro. We ain't got to worry about that where I'm at in
But you
Texas.
see, here's my
Now,
thing though.
let me answer Charlie's question, bro. Now, here's the deal. Like, I fully support what President Trump offered at the time. He offered, a federal police force made up of Americans. He never said what race they would be. He said a federal police force
Yeah, he
of
advocated
Americans
martial
would go
law,
in and
Britain.
assist. And what hold up, bro, and would assist the Chicago Police Department in cleaning up Cook County. Now,
I
here's the
thought
deal,
you
man. What do
Republicans
you
are
want?
against federal intervention.
What do you
Aren't you
want?
guys
Zab,
against state
What
Zab,
do you
license and
want?
all
one
this shit?
person talk at a time.
No, he's
Like,
lying. Like you gotta hear.
okay,
You just gotta hear what he's actually
Zev,
saying.
that's emotion, bro. That's
Is
exactly
that
what I said, bro.
can he finish what he has to say?
Well, you
Zev,
gotta. If you want him to make your platform to spit out his propaganda, then sure, go
and
It's
ahead.
see,
not
that's the
about
problem.
spitting out propaganda. We said bring your smoke, bring your talking points. So we want to hear what he has to say.
Exactly. We're not afraid of anybody's talking point. Let him come with it. Let him have his stuff to say that.
Here's where I lead from this. I really one of the reasons I don't like watching the news, especially from the hood, is I don't like turning on the news every single day and seeing the body count where it includes 8-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 6 months old, 1-year-old, all these things. When I made my hard, I was center right, guys. When I went freaking hard right was the death of Sequoia Turner in Atlanta, and black folks didn't even blink an eye. They're so worried about what happened to Rayshard Brooks, but not what happened during the protests when Sequoia Turner got killed. And I'll tell you what, when I used to work,
That one.
look here.
Educate me on that one.
Okay, during the Jacob Blake protest, when that white girl, Jacob Blake's white girlfriend, burnt down that Wendy's, one of these daggone little pooks out there running around with an AK-47 just fired indiscriminately into Sequoia Turner's mom's SUV, killing her, 8-year-old. Now, nobody did nothing for that family except for Officer Tatum, Brandon Tatum, Candace Owens' homeboy, her business partner. He raised over $500,000, for her family and a scholarship fund, and stuff like that, help her mom get about that situation. That was one of us, bro. That was one of us people you call coons that did that. But that movement right
Yeah,
there, I was like, no,
politicizing
I'm done
murder
with
for
this.
your political gain.
No, bro,
I
no.
mean,
Have a heart,
that's
bro. That was an
disingenuous.
8-year-old girl. That was an 8-year-old girl.
I
Have a
get it, but
freaking heart.
y'all apply to more death for
No,
y'all
bro, it's not.
political.
You don't. No, bro, you don't politicize that. Where the real niggas at to go in there and drag that dude, the 17-year-old kid that did it, drag him up out his crib, that drop squad, and to handle business? Where are them niggas at?
And it was the little girl black or was she?
We know she was black. Her name's Sequoia Turner. Come on now. We know she was black, but it don't even matter. Like I said, it was Jacob Blake's white girlfriend that burnt down the Wendy's, if we want to throw color into it. And the protest outside that Wendy's is what got that daggone girl clapped. Where the real niggas at that went and dragged that 17-year-old up out that house and handled business? That's the drop squad you're talking about, Black.
Well, I'm not for vigilante justice. I do think that the dude that perpetrated should have been arrested and tried for capital murder and then probably get the death penalty. We do have laws in place for that, but that's very unfortunate. But I don't like how y'all choose to politicize. Y'all pick and choose particular murders around the country and y'all use it to prop up y'all harmful political agenda.
Like, for example, Candace Owens said Tamir Rice caused his own death. not the lunatic cop who should have never been a cop in the first place.
And what did I say, Black? It made you upset. What did I say that made you upset?
Yeah, because for one, that cop was unfit to be a cop. He had all kinds of disciplinary actions against him. He should have been a cop.
And what did I say in the chat that made you upset? You remember?
That was never politicized. Okay, none of you coons chose to talk about that either.
I said this. Aside from the fact that the cop who I believe fired too quickly, I've been in those situations in combat. I believe he fired too quickly, but I put the blame solely on.
He intended to fire. I don't believe he fired quickly. I
No,
believe
here's
he
the deal.
intended to fire.
No, bro. Here's the deal. You have to prove intention, bro. That's a court of law. That's part of our due process.
Okay,
that deals from the Magna Carta. Now, here's the deal.
He
in
pulls
the chat,
up the Carta. He pulls his gun out and shoot. That's intention.
Okay, here's the deal, bro. That's besides the case. What I said in the chat that got you heated was this. I said his mom should be held accountable. I'm gonna tell you what. My son at 6 years old would not be outside playing with a gun that looks like a daggone real pistol with the orange tip broke off.
9-year-old kid. He was actually he wasn't even 9. He was what, 12?
Would your son be outside doing that, bro?
In the park?
We played by ourselves. No, bro. Today, would you let your grandson? I know you're around the same age as me. Would you let your grandson go out there and play with a pistol, a replica pistol, outside?
No, absolutely not. Not today. Hell no.
Because think about it. If the cops don't freaking shoot him, who else probably gonna get him out there?
He have no. I'm going to teach him on, so it's going to be the real thing. I wouldn't have him carry no replica gun around, no.
Because it ain't just the police. Because here's the deal, man. When a young boy, and I hate to see it, in a white liberal city, a young black boy is outside with a gun, white liberals are gonna freak out.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Did you hear the 911 call?
Yeah, the lady said it looks like a toy gun, but guess what? That message was never relayed to the officers. I read through the whole case. Like I said, man, there was a whole lot of stuff went wrong during that case. And to me, I put a lot of blame on a lot of people in that case. But to me, I hold the mom responsible.
Okay, so Candace Owens, Larry Elder, Mr. Eldorado himself, Jesse Lee Peterson all said he caused his own death.
Bro, because here's the deal, man. Once you truly become conservative, bro, and you get out of this bored monolith mindset, your own actions are on you.
Become a sellout.
Here's the deal, man. Look, I said I used to sling rock back in the day. If something would have happened to me, here's the deal, man. Here's the deal, man. Man, I'm around your age, man. Man, bro, there was only one rock back in the day, man.
No, there was two different kinds.
Bro, it don't even matter, man. I lived in, VA, man. We only had one type of rock, man. And here's the deal.
I see what I'm talking about. Black rock is when you only sold to black people. White rock is when you sell to white people.
Yo, bro, and look, man, I didn't discriminate, man. I'm a capitalist. Okay. I've always been a capitalist.
So you sold both sides. Okay, so you sold both kinds. Okay.
Here's the deal,
it was
man.
an equal opportunity.
I've always been a capitalist, man, and the white people always paid good money. I'm just saying. But here's the deal, man. If I would have got clapped, if I would have got arrested and been sitting in prison still to this day, it would have been on me. If I would have been on the corner sitting out there slinging rock and somebody would have called the police on me and the cops roll up and shoot me.
What does that have to do with
it would have been on me.
By a cop who was pretty much diagnosed a lunatic? Because
here, bro, you as a police officer, because here's the deal, man.
Unfit to be a cop.
Because here's the deal, man. As a black police, this has happened to many a black police officer, and I know plenty of them who have had to shoot children. You never see it on the news. It happens every year.
You have to shoot a child.
Listen to me, bro. It happens multiple times. If a child is committing a crime with a firearm, if you assume a child is committing a crime with a firearm and you don't know, here's the deal. It's happened multiple times. And from black police officers to black children, black police officers to other children, other ethnicities, nationalities, you never hear about it because the white liberal mainstream news, just like Malcolm X said, is designed to make the black people mad. They're going to beef up the stories that are going to get the maximum emotional appeal from niggas, basically. Excuse my language, ladies. But that's where they go for in the news. So you won't hear about a Tony Tempa. You won't hear about the dude in Phoenix that had to beg for his life and the cops just shot him anyway. You won't hear about them things.
I heard about that.
But it ain't got y'all mad. Y'all ain't mad about it. You know what I'm saying? You mentioned Tamir Rice. Oh, I'm big mad. Because that's what the media is designed to do, bro.
Okay. Zeb seemed to have dropped off.
I don't
Yeah.
believe we
Mhm.
what we didn't learn anything just now. We didn't get anywhere.
And bro, I
I'm
don't, I
still
don't, I
I'm
don't.
still at,
Oh, my bad.
I'm still on your girl saying that Tamir Rice caused his own death, which is heinous to say.
You can't move past that, bro, because that's the emotions they want you to have. They want
No.
you. They want
The
you.
reason why I can't move past that is because you have a so-called black woman, right?
Well, bro,
Pretty
she's
much
West Indian like me, bro. She's West Indian.
excusing, pretty much excusing the actions of an officer who was pretty much a derelict and should have never been on duty.
Okay, but you see how the emotion hits you, bro?
And
That hits you harder than Sequoia
then,
Turner, bro.
is it emotion, or is it fact that the police department should have did more to
It's
keep
your
this kind
emotion,
of cop off duty?
bro. It's emotion, bro. And another thing, man,
You're
you're
gonna
pro
tell
black
me that
woman,
it's
bro.
emotion. You're gonna tell me that it's emotion to want the police officer, the police department to do their due diligence on this police officer?
Nah, I told you it's emotion that you care more about Tamir Rice than you do Sequoia Turner. Because
I care about a young boy. I didn't say anything about not caring about secure Turner. I don't know about that case yet. I'm going to do some research on that. Okay, because I don't know anything about that yet. That all right. But I'm still on Tamir Rice. That cop was an unfit cop. He should have never been on duty.
and
And
like I
nothing has
said, bro,
happened about that. Nothing. Candace Owens, JLP, Larry Elder and his Eldorados. No one has made any kind of anything about this cop who was mentally unfit. But
you want him to be
anything
big
about
mad
black
like you, bro?
people.
Bro, you want him to stomp up and down. You want him to riot in the streets. You want him to create food deserts
No,
by
what I
freaking
want them
burning
to
down the
do
Walgreens
is
in their own
no,
neighborhood. Is that what you want him to
no.
do?
I'm
To
gonna
go out
tell
there
you
and
what I
act
want.
like monkeys in the street, bro? Is that what you want?
No,
You
but
want Jesse Lee Peterson and Candace Owens to go out there and join the rioters? Cool. You know what
no.
I'm saying?
This is
Next
what I want
Lexus
them to do.
meeting.
This is what I want them to do.
Okay.
Let me tell you what I want them to do. I want them to put that police department right into the limelight and talk about the mishandling of this officer and why he was on duty when mentally he was unfit to be a police officer. I want an investigation launched into that department. How many other officers that are on that roster who are unfit to be on that roster? How many more Tamir Rices have to happen before we realize that maybe that there's some gross incompetence going on at that police department?
Okay, bro. You see what I'm saying? How many Sequoia Turners need to happen before we put an end to these pookies in the hood? How
Again, I
many?
don't know
How,
Victoria
how many?
Turner.
Okay,
I
your
will have
stream
to
is
do
about.
research on that.
Okay, your stream and the ladies were talking about drop squads to get rid of pook in the hood, and that's what I'm talking about. But as soon as the police or a white policeman comes up to shot a kid, you don't want to hold the mom accountable because I know you love black women's. But as far as the black women's go, women need to hold them accountable. That's on
Yeah, I
women.
got a problem with a white cop showing up shooting
You
a
know
kid
what?
that didn't do it to anyone.
Guess what? Well, guess what I got a problem with? I got a problem with a pook running around on the streets with an AK-47 shooting an 8-year-old girl in the back of her mom's SUV, bro. And I'm ready. If I'm like
I
this,
got a
hey,
problem.
black. No, black, here's the deal. Black, let's go run up in this
If
nigga's
that
spot and drag him
happens,
out.
I got
Are
a
you
problem
ready to
with
do
that
that?
too.
Are you ready to go drag that nigga up out his crib? That's the drop squad
Absolutely.
you talking about. So look, stop worrying
Absolutely.
about Candace and Jesse and get with some real niggas that's
No,
ready to
no,
handle
no,
business,
no,
bro.
no.
See, that's your
One has nothing to
emotions.
do
You
with
can't
nothing.
do it. Nah, you can't do it, bro. That's the problem. You
Okay,
can't handle it, bro. You rather sit here in tears and emotion over a mom because you can't speak against a black woman, bro. And that's why I say, in order for that to happen, it takes
this
women
ain't
like
got nothing
Candace.
to do with the black
Yeah,
woman.
it does, bro. Tamir Rice's mom should be held accountable, but you can't let those words come out your
Rice
mouth.
was old enough to be in the park by himself.
Okay, you can't hold the mom accountable, bro. You just can't do it.
He wasn't a baby.
Can
He
you do
wasn't
it?
a baby, but
Can you
he
do it?
didn't deserve to be. He didn't
Can you
deserve
hold the mom
to be
accountable?
murdered.
You can't
Excuse
speak
me.
out against her. So I hope the ladies
He
will. That's why I
didn't
say I put it on
deserve.
the women.
Excuse me, sir. He didn't deserve to be murdered in cold blood for no reason whatsoever.
Like I said, bro, emotions, man. You can't speak about a little
And he
girl
was
getting
old
murdered
enough.
because
He
you're
was
worried about
old
color,
enough.
man. Black, I get it,
And he
man.
was old enough to be
Black,
playing in the park
black.
by
This is
himself.
black.
And he
This is
wasn't
old news,
actually by
bro.
himself. He was with his sister.
Black. Bro, it's old news, bro. We know you in emotions. You won't speak out against the mom. You said it straight up. You don't like the queens being
You got
disrespected.
against the mom
And
about
I
what?
respect that. There you go, bro. You don't get it. You don't see it. And I fully
No, I
get it.
don't.
But I'm like this. I wish a group of black women, some Eastern Stars or somebody would get together and freaking
Okay,
hold that mom accountable.
Charlene, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah,
What
I
should
wish
we?
I
What
wish
should
they
we
would
speak
hold the
out
mom
about?
accountable.
What should we hold the mom accountable for? Because I don't get it. Jameer Rice was old enough to be in the park by himself. He wasn't bothering anyone. I don't see any negligence on the mother's part.
Yeah, if
Well,
he's 12 years old, I don't see why you can't be at the park by himself.
exactly. He's 12 years old. He's old enough to make the park. So he's saying hold the mother account. What is he talking about? I'm missing
Because think
something.
about, I'm gonna just say from a mom and whatever, some moms are single moms, and if a child is 12, the child kind of has an idea of how to take care of him or herself, and they should know, what they should and should not be doing, and
I mean,
attempts
13. I mean, 13. That's an eighth grader, isn't it?
Yeah, and at times if they're at the park and they're playing, that they're at the park and they're playing,
Right.
they're playing around. I don't see anything wrong with it. And especially as a mom who has a 12-year-old, she's probably working because the child is, old enough and the child knows what to do and what not to do.
Obviously he did. Obviously he was out there playing with a replica gun that looked like a real pistol. Pull a
He was
picture up
playing
of
with
the.
a fake gun though, so it's fake.
Nah, it was a replica.
Okay,
A replica is an exact replica with the orange tip popped off.
Okay, well,
Okay,
okay. Let me
Maxima.
ask
Hey,
you a
hell,
question.
here's the deal, bro.
If
Tamir
they're
Rice was a
that
big.
dangerous,
Let me ask you a question, bro.
Hold on 1 second. If they're that dangerous, then why are they being allowed to be sold to kids?
As I told you, bro, it was a replica gun, and the orange tip had been popped
This
off.
is something that your girl
Are you?
Candace Owens
No,
and
no,
your
no, no,
boy
no,
Jesse
no,
St.
bro.
Peter said,
It ain't their
hey,
responsibility.
why
It's
are
your. It's
replica guns
moms.
that look real that are getting kids
Stop
killed?
it,
Okay,
bro.
then,
Stop.
Why are they
then why
being
are
allowed to be
replicas
sold to
guns
kids?
now being pulled off the market if it's not their responsibility?
Here's
Or
the
they have,
deal.
Exactly.
or they have to be a whole different color now.
They,
Just
they,
Why
because
is
they,
this
they
they,
think
man
they're a
just
certain amount of
Eldorado out there
responsibility.
riding on
okay.
it
Look,
like,
look, look.
hey,
Hey, Black, did you hear what I said, bro? The
okay,
gun
what
was
did
a
you say?
replica. He had taken the orange
Okay,
tip
we got
off
that.
of it. He
So
took the
what?
orange tip off of it. Okay, bro. Look, I
So
said
what?
okay, here's the deal, bro. You believe in a community that does not believe in personal accountability, but
Okay,
wants
so
to
you
hold.
saying
Oh
that
no, no,
there's
no.
a
Let me
kid in the
finish.
park with
But no. Look, bro. I'm done with that. I ain't talking about it because it's ignorant, bro. It's a ridiculous. It's a
I'm gonna tell
logical
you what's
fallacy.
ignorant.
Bro, it
A
is, bro. You look here.
12-year-old kid
No, bro.
in the
No, I'm not talking,
park
bro.
with
Look,
a
look here. Look
replica
here.
gun
Black,
that
black,
doesn't shoot
black,
any real bullets,
black,
putting
black,
people in
black,
danger. And check this
black,
out, right? While
black. You're
people are
embarrassing
walking
black.
by,
You're embarrassing
listen,
yourself right now,
while
bro. I'm
people are
speaking to
walking
you,
by,
bro. I'm speaking to you as a
he's
peer,
pointing the
bro.
gun
You're
at people as
embarrassing
they
you.
walk by,
Look,
and the
look,
people
man.
don't feel
Bro, you sound
threatened.
stupid right now. You sound like a whole idiot right now, bro. And I hate using that homonyms, but you do. I'm talking to you saying, look, man, go up in the hood and go drag these niggas out to go out
I think you
commit
upset all
crimes.
you want. It's not going to
No,
stop
bro.
anything.
Look, bro. Look. I'm saying this. You said create a drop squad to do this, and I'm telling you, cool. I'm with that drop squad. Let's go get
So
these
right
niggas
now, I'm
like
on
this. But
Jameer
you can't
Rice. We'll get back to the drop
bro.
squad.
Nah, bro. Because
Let's get to
because
your
you're.
people,
I don't give a
Candace
fuck about
Owens,
here, bro. Look, bro.
Jesse
I don't
D.
give a fuck.
Peterson,
Here, look. I don't give a fuck about
Larry
Tamir Rice
Elder.
case. My
We
son,
want to
my
talk about
grandson
the
won't
gun
be out
with
there doing
orange
that.
tip, right?
No, bro. No.
Now,
Let's talk
Jameer
about your drop
Rice was
squad, bro.
also in the
Bro.
park
It's
pointing that
ridiculous.
gun at people as they walked
Black,
by, and
black,
nobody was threatened at
black,
all
black,
at him pointing
black.
the gun at him
Black.
at them when they
Look,
walked
look,
by. So
look, bro.
if the
Look,
gun
bro.
was so
You talking to
real,
yourself, bro.
like
Bro,
you
you're
said
talking
it
to
was,
yourself.
right? Then how
Black, you're
come the
talking to
people who
yourself, bro.
walked by that he
Black,
pointed the gun at, how come they wasn't frightened?
black. This is the problem, bro. Is this you
And how
don't want to
come none
test
of them
black,
called the police?
black. Bro, you're talking to yourself, man. This does not matter to me. As I said, I'm a man who maintains personal responsibility
You gonna
over
answer those
me and my
questions?
family. No, I'm not. I'm a man who maintains personal
I'm not going
responsibility over mine
I'm
and
not
my
going to
own,
listen
bro.
to you until you answer
There
those
you go,
questions.
bro. No, bro. I'll listen to the ladies, bro. I'll talk to the ladies. Here's the deal. My son, my grandson would never be out there like that. I would whoop their ass 12 ways to Sunday if they ever were. That's it. Point blank,
Outside in
period.
the park playing.
You're goddamn right. I'd beat their ass. They would get the
For
ass whooping
playing
that like
in the
they.
park?
Yes, you're goddamn right. For playing in the park with a replica gun.
You don't
You're
think that's it?
goddamn
You
right.
sound like an abusive
You're
parent.
goddamn right. I would beat
You
their
don't
ass,
think
bro.
that's overly
Bro,
punitive?
get the fuck out of here with that, bro. You talking about
But
drop
wait,
squads
but
and
wait, but
daggone.
wait, but my son,
Wait a
he
minute,
has,
wait a minute, wait a minute.
my
You don't
son
think that's
plays with
overly punitive when you beat your child's
Look here,
ass
bro.
for
Look here.
for
You're
just
damn
being a
right,
kid
bro.
playing
Yes,
in the park?
yes, yes, with a fucking replica gun,
Wow.
bro. You talking about drop
but
squads
my
go up
son
in the
A
plays.
hood to
replica
handle it.
gun?
Okay, look here. Look here. Excuse me, ladies. Let me handle this with Black real quick, ladies, if you don't mind.
I was gonna ask a question.
Go ahead,
Well,
ma'am. I'm
actually,
sorry, Charlene.
I was gonna say,
You haven't
what is
handled
the
anything yet.
difference if my son has he plays with guns, but he plays laser tag, and it kind of is a gun also. And he runs around with the other kids and around the area, and they shoot themselves and they try to target each other.
Look here, ma'am. Charlene, I know the full details of the case here, which is why I don't want to talk to Black about it. And all I can do is recommend this. If your son and his friends are playing, make sure those are bright colored guns and they're able to be truly easily distinguished
I
from real
say don't
guns.
have any
That's it.
guns at all.
That's it.
Don't have any
Look
guns
here.
at all. Don't sell them to
I,
kids.
That's it. I played cops and robbers back in the day. Yeah, we all did it playing in the day. It was fun. But here's the deal. In today's climate, no, you can't go around here doing stuff like that. Who knows what would happen to your kids? And I'm tired of seeing these freaking kids dying in the street. Instead
It's
of
not the
freaking getting
kids'
to
fault.
oh my God, see, that's the problem, bro. It's not. It's what I said. You got mad at me because I said it's the mama's fault. And I know
So
you
we
won't
got to
speak on these
deal.
mamas.
We got to deal with the problem. No, it's not the mama's fault. How is it the mother's fault?
Okay, see, there you go, bro. You won't speak against
Now.
you
I
won't will you
understand that
speak
you
against
don't like it. I get it.
any black woman?
I get all that, but
Will you speak against any black woman?
will I speak again? What's that to you?
I'm asking you. It was a black mom. She was in the
What's that
wrong.
got
That's
to
what I
do with
said.
sitting there
That's
writing
what
the
that
murder in cold blood by
because
cop
that's
who
what
was
got you in the
unfit to be a
fields, bro.
police
That's what you
officer?
got you in the fields. Let's talk about the mom. Are
What
you
does
willing
that
to hold
have
that
to
mom
do with
responsible? Because the mom is ultimately
their
responsible.
rights
She didn't have no daddy. She had a
being
stepdaddy. Ain't his kid.
murdered in cold blood by a police officer who was unfit to be a cop? What does his mother have to do with that?
Oh, sorry, man. Taking care of some stuff in the crib. But look, man, I told you, I don't care about the cops, bro. I'm talking about this mama. I believe she should have been held responsible.
Mama ain't had
That's
to do with nothing.
that mom should be locked up, bro. And that's what I said. That's it, bro. That's it.
Locked up for
Point
what?
blank. Point blank. Freaking daggone neglect of a child, bro. That's it. Point blank. Child
Neglect
neglect,
by
bro.
letting your child go to
You're
the
damn
park and
right.
play?
You damn right, bro. She should be locked the fuck up. That's it. Tell me why she shouldn't.
Damn.
And here's the deal, bro. I understand that you can't
And
speak
who is
against
this
black
again?
women.
I can't see the chat. Who am I speaking with again?
Look here, bro. Trade NBD. We spoke last time up here. Now here's the
Trade
deal.
the nerve.
Trade NBD, bro. I haven't corrected you yet. Trade NBD. You can go to my channel, bro. I got plenty of videos on Candace. Now here's the deal, man. NBD, bro. That's what it's it. You know what I'm saying? Here's the deal, bro. I don't speak out against all women. I don't speak out against all women. I'm as respectful as can be up here to Miss Frankie and Charlene. But here's the deal: if a woman is on bullshit, I will call it out. Your problem is that you can't. You can't because of skin color. That's it, bro. And that's a flaw, bro. You're blinded by that. You're blinded, bro.
And that's why mother didn't do anything wrong.
There you go, bro. Because the black woman can do no wrong in your eyes, bro. None of them can. Well, even the crackheads out here, you know. Look
okay,
here, bro.
Tell me what she did wrong.
Look here, bro. She's just as wrong as them women out there, as the woman out there that poured
What did
freaking
she do wrong?
whiskey in the baby's bottle that died a couple weeks ago. Child neglect, bro. That's
What
what she
did the
did.
mother do
I
wrong?
just told you, bro. I just told you. You're blinded
Oh,
because
she
you
didn't
can't
put
see
the
no wrong.
whiskey. She didn't
Child
give it to me
neglect.
right to the
Child
whiskey.
neglect, bro. Child neglect,
What is
bro. Don't
she
deflection, bro.
did
To
neglect?
deflection. Hey, Matt Black.
There was no
Deflection is
child neglect.
Hey, deflection is an effeminate tactic. I'm not speaking with the
Letting
women.
your
I'm speaking
child
with
go
you.
to the park to play
Look
isn't
here,
child
bro.
neglect.
With a gun. Here's the deal, bro. If it happens to your grandson, I
You
feel
didn't
for
have
you,
a
bro.
gun.
I feel for you. I feel for you,
You
bro.
didn't have a gun.
Hopefully, bro, you're a better freaking parent and
I
grandparent
have
than
a
that.
question for
Didn't
Trey.
have a gun.
What's going on, Charlene?
uh, so I understand you guess the answer or whatnot, but like, do you have any hatred towards black women or no?
No, indifference. I was married to a black woman for 6 years. I have 3 black daughters. I have none.
Oh, you're
I
certainly
just,
different. I mean, you're
I
very,
don't.
very clear what
Here's the
side
deal,
that
bro.
you don't like.
Here's it. Look, black. I'm responding to Charlene. Look here. I
Yeah,
call
but you're
out
not
laughing tree.
indifferent. Don't sit up here and lie and say you're
Look
indifferent.
here.
You're not.
Look here. I don't like ratchet behavior. I don't like moms, derelict moms.
But
Like
there was
I
no
don't like.
ratchet
I don't.
behavior.
Look
You
here,
can't
bro. Look.
point out any
But
ratchet
I,
behavior,
Can
though.
I respond? Look, black. Your defense of any black woman, babe, regardless of her behavior, is so strong that I can't even respond
I
to
understand
Charlene.
that you don't like that, but there's nothing I can do about that.
Well, bro, you could at
It's
least give me
going
the
to
courtesy.
my
You
defense of
could at
black
least give me
women
the
is going to
courtesy.
be taken.
Black, you could give me the courtesy of responding to Charlene, bro. Can you be a gentleman for 2
Oh yeah,
seconds?
you can do that, but I'm just saying, I know you don't like it, but it's not going to stop.
I don't care, bro. It means nothing to me. You can do it, but I'm saying
Okay, I
that
want
is
to know.
clouding our
Okay, good. Well, let
conversation.
me continue to mean nothing to you.
We can't have an intelligent conversation, bro, because
We
you
can
won't leave
have
us
this other
alone.
guy. Actually, right now, you're the one that sounds crazy as fuck.
How do I sound crazy, bro? Because I
You
said,
sitting
hey,
up here
hold that
talking
woman,
about
hold
ratchet
that woman,
behavior.
no, hold that woman
Then you said
accountable. That's it.
child neglect. Then you said she
Yes,
sent her son to the
yes,
park with
bro.
a gun.
Yes,
Man, you sound
yes, bro.
crazy as hell.
And you were raised by your father, which was weird, man.
You
Weird as
sound
hell.
crazy as hell, bro.
Okay, for holding a woman accountable. Okay, cool. That's why I said it's up to the
Hold her
women.
accountable
It's
for
up
the
to
things I'm
women.
gonna hold her accountable for.
It's up to women to hold other women accountable. That's why I ain't got
Somebody
no beef
needs
with
to
the
hold
ladies.
you accountable for losing your
For
mind.
what? No, bro, hold me accountable for what, bro? The
For
raising 4
losing
great
your
kids,
mind, bro.
raising 4 great kids, man. The dad gonna create a bomb ass business to getting myself out the shit. Come on, bro.
Something wrong with you.
What, bro? What? You don't like the
Something
fact that
wrong
I'm
with
not.
you.
You don't like the fact
Apparently,
that I
you're
don't
not
cape
playing with
like
a
you do.
full deck.
Nah, bro. No ad hominems, bro. Like I said, that's effeminate tactics. I got much
Okay,
respect for the
but then you
ladies up
use
here,
ad
and I'll
hominems
keep it
against me.
G. No, bro. No, I said how you sound, bro. That's it. There's no ad hominems, bro. You caping for any
You guys are
ratchet.
funny, man. I just
Nah, come on, black. Come on, black. It is what it is, bro.
you know what? I appreciate the entertainment. You guys are funny, man.
but
Y'all
I really
are
wanted
fucking
to
hell
know
bent.
this. Does does Trey have any hatred towards black women?
You can't hear that. He just said, okay.
Okay,
All right.
can I respond? Can I respond, black? Is it okay?
Okay, I think she's trolling you because it's very clear
Can
that
I
you guys.
can I respond, black?
Okay,
Can
good.
I respond, bro?
Problem, man.
No.
Game changer.
Look here, Charlene. I have none towards it. Oh, any vitriol I have would be directed at an individual. And if I see a mom out there that's derelict in her duties, regardless of what she looks like, nah, I ain't rocking with her. That's it. Like I said, Candace Owens is one of my favorite people on this planet. She look like me. She West Indian like me. I ain't got no issue with her. I love my mama.
You're gonna be put in
I love
jail
my
for
I
that.
love my daughters. So and that's it. You know what I'm saying? I got plenty of daggone black female friends out here I rock with. I got some I do business with. But here's the deal. I don't get down with mamas out there that's daggone defending their pookie sons that didn't do nothing crowd. No. I got beef with daggone people that are like, oh, I want my community clean, but ain't willing to daggone call out the ignorant behavior their sons and nephews are getting into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got beef with that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my man Black got issues with that because unfortunately, bro, you're so blinded
Now I don't
by,
have any issues, bro.
you're blinded by the
You're
cult,
one.
bro.
Question.
Go ahead. My
I
bad. Go
mean,
ahead.
he kind of did answer my question in a way. I mean, before he came on the panel, I didn't think he had any black pride or anything. but it
Okay.
seems like he does. He just has a conservative view.
Mhm.
I think he has, like, you can say, more of a broader view, like, you know. So I understand where he's coming from in a sense.
I do, I
Okay,
do
I got,
too.
some questions
He
for
don't like
Trey.
black women.
Okay, that ain't what I'm concerned about right at the moment.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't.
okay,
I think
uh,
he's very
Trey,
conservative.
Trey.
He said that
Um,
Tamir
uh,
Rice's mother
Yes.
ye-
was
yeah.
negligent. Hold on one second. He said that she was negligent
Bro, you
and
can't
she
drop that fact.
neglected him and
Bro,
sent him
she's
to
not
the.
your God,
She
bro.
sent him to
Tamir
the.
Rice's mom
She
is not
sent
your
him
God, bro.
to the park with a gun.
Bro, Miss Frankie, what's your question?
And then he said she had ratchet bad man.
I'm
Man, are
waiting
you
for him to
Miss
answer.
serious? Are
Miss
y'all
Miss
listening to the
Frankie, what's
same
your
guy
question,
I'm
ma'am?
listening to?
Okay. Question I have is, okay. So you felt that she should have kept him at her side at all times, that she should have smothered him, not let him be independent, a certain amount of independence, so he can be a boy and then develop as a man.
Nah, it goes back further than that. I'm looking at the source cause. That woman should, two things: have carried herself differently, so her marriage to his father would have went differently. Not his stepdad, his father would have went differently, or that young boy should have been in the custody of his
Okay,
father.
so
That's it.
you know what caused the breakup their marriage, of her first marriage.
Doesn't matter. That boy should have went with his father.
Okay, wait. Who said he didn't grow up with his father?
He was with her that day, and obviously, if she allows him to
How
go
you
outside
know
with
that? Wait
pistols,
a minute. Do you know that if he was supposed to
I
be
don't know,
a
ma'am. I don't
weekend
know,
See, he
ma'am.
keeps
babysitter?
saying she let him
So
go
okay,
outside
I,
with a gun. Y'all don't hear
I don't
that?
know,
So
ma'am. I
I have
don't
a
know, ma'am.
question. Do
okay.
you believe
You
that
don't have
view
all the
Wait a minute,
facts.
wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a
for
minute.
all
You
Okay,
don't
moms?
he keep.
have
Hold
enough
on
of
one
the
second. Hold on one
facts
second.
of
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Then
her
you
What happened to the
of
drop
her
squad?
young.
hold on one second. Hold on one second. I got a question. He keeps saying that she let him go outside with a gun. Y'all
Okay,
don't hear that?
she did,
Yeah,
but bro, look,
instead of
bro,
he
yo,
went
Caping.
outside with a toy.
Okay, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Look, like I said, as Miss Charlene pointed out, like, look, y'all, we have different ideologies, and it's cool. There will be
That's
no.
conservative.
Yeah, here's the deal. There will
Oh,
be
we cool. We
no.
cool with it, man.
Yeah,
Hey, man, we
there's
cool with the
no.
talking
There'll
point.
be. Yeah, there'll be. It's not a talking point, bro. And
It is.
look here, man. The white liberals. Look here, bro. White liberals told you to say that, bro. The same white people
But
that
Trey,
No,
Trey,
no,
they
they didn't
taught you to
tell me
say
to
that,
say it.
bro.
Trey,
No, they didn't. I don't even talk to white people like
I
that.
have a
Yeah,
question
yeah.
for
Why you
Trey.
sound like them then, bro? You
Who,
sound like you.
me?
Yeah, you sound like you straight off the View. I'm
Oh,
straight up, bro.
no,
You
man.
sound like a white liberal, bro. I'm telling you,
No,
you need
Can,
you
to go
don't know
back and
me,
listen to
bro.
Trey,
Malcolm, bro. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No,
I
you don't
got a
know me, bro.
question for Trey. Trey, do you hold your same views for all women who
Yes,
have kids, who's for single
yes,
moms? Is that how
yes,
you truly feel?
yes.
You don't think a single mom could successfully raise her kids alone?
Not a man. Not even girls, really. They need male influence in their lives. Hopefully, strong uncle, grandfather, something like that. But no, no. All children need male influence and guidance.
Yeah. But
Women are for
then,
nurturing. Men need to be taught. Here's the deal: when it comes to self responsibility,
mm,
that's something a man teaches. When it comes to logical, rational thought, that's something that men teach. Women are too emotional for that. I know there's
But
some
hold
one-offs.
on.
but
Well,
Dr.
would
Is
you
likely he
agree?
got the toy gun from his father or his stepfather, not his mama.
Would lock that nigga up too.
Okay, Trey, would you agree that there are a lot of successful people out here who were raised by their single moms?
Is what it is. Like I said, it's one-offs, but that's not the norm.
Huh? But
That's
do you believe that they're out there?
I know some of them. I hang with some of them, but here's the deal. Even they said straight up they wish their fathers was
I'll
in
be
their
right
life.
back, ladies.
Yeah,
Okay.
these guys will say straight up say, I'm like, the way they carry themselves is, a little way too effeminate. And they'll say straight up, hey man, I wish I had my dad in my life more. It's what it is. But hey, you can't hold that against them. That's the sins of the parents. That's why I said you haven't seen me say one thing about Tamir Rice. All I've said is the adults in this situation. The adults are responsible for what that
No,
situation.
no, 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 no. Let's be more clear. You said you hold his mother responsible. You didn't say the adults. You didn't say the parents. You didn't say the stepfather.
Yes,
Anybody.
yes,
You said
yes,
you
yes.
hold the mother accountable.
I said primarily her. Then I said the negligent. I don't believe the police force. You know, I said the cop was wrong. But here's the deal. Primarily, I hold the mother responsible. The stepfather, yeah, it is what it is. We know our
You
stepfathers.
guys, I feel like you guys have all this smoke for the mom, but nothing for the dad.
You can't make her primary. If he has his father, he has
Y'all
his mother,
did.
and he
Yeah.
has a stepfather.
Yeah, no,
So
stepfather,
you do
no. Here's
better
the
say
deal.
hold
No,
the
no,
adults in his family
no.
responsible.
Man, that stepfather ain't Jack. Here's the deal. That ain't his
Okay.
kid. That is not his
Okay,
kid.
he still has a father.
Here's the deal. That's what I said.
What's
If
up,
I
Cassius?
wish I don't know anything about the dad. If I did, I'd freaking tell you straight up. But based on what I know,
Well, until you
Mom.
find out about the dad, what actually broke up their relationship, who gave him the gun, and all this
Okay,
other
okay,
stuff,
lady, okay, ladies,
you cannot hold
ladies, hey,
her
ladies,
alone
it's all good,
responsible.
ladies. I don't argue with women, ladies. Y'all are entitled to your own belief. I don't argue with ladies.
Just stop. Shh. Stop
I don't
arguing.
argue. I don't
I'm
argue with
telling
women.
you, you can't praise that I'm holding the mother primary responsible.
But look here. Okay, hold on, ma'am.
Adults in his life.
Ma'am, what did I say? I hold the adults responsible. That's it,
Okay,
adults.
but don't go and turn around and say, "But I hold a
But
mama
don't try.
primary."
I do. Here's the deal. Look here.
But
Look
you
at the
have such
beginning.
a
At the
But then
beginning, here's the
that
deal,
means
ma'am.
that means
Ma'am.
you're
Ma'am.
ignoring
Yeah, you kind of
adults in
only
his life.
singled out the
Hey,
mom in
ma'am.
that way, Trey.
Hey, ma'am.
because
Here's the deal, ladies. Here's the
a
deal,
weak
ladies.
stance.
Here's the deal, ladies. I said, look here. At the beginning, y'all talked about y'all thought police. You know, Joe Biden's, Brandon's, Ministry of Truth he created with that, weird white woman doing that karaoke. What y'all sound like is them. You want a thought police. You want a speech put. You want a speech.
Yeah, you the type
You
of
want.
Negro that
You want to. You want a police speech, basically that you don't like. And here's the deal, black. No niggas like you get niggas killed on the streets, bro. You the one out
Nah,
here
you're a
little niggas
coward.
clip.
No, I
Nah,
have
bro.
never gotten a
Nah, hold up.
man killed in the
Hold on.
street.
Ladies. I'm responding to black here, not you ladies. Here's the deal, black niggas
You're a
like you.
coward. You're
Yeah,
also
nigga, it's gangster talk. Remember? Let's get into some gangster shit, my nigga.
No,
I lived.
right, and I'm
Hey,
telling you,
you
I'm
said you
calling you
lived that
straight up
life. Well,
gangster.
guess what, bro? I
You're
lived that
weak
life too,
and you're a
bro.
coward.
Look,
That's
bro.
as
I lived that
gangsters
life
gonna
too.
get.
Nah, bro. I lived that
No,
life
you
too,
haven't
bro.
lived that life.
Nah, bro. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I done gave you. Look, I can go over my street cred all day long.
No, you
But
haven't
here's the
lived that
deal,
life.
bro.
You're too
You ain't.
weak.
Hey, look here, bro. You ain't got the balls to go out there and handle these niggas out here in the streets because you too busy crying about white supremacy and a white man, bro. The fuck you scared of another
Well,
man
actually,
for,
I'm
bro?
not,
Nah,
actually, I'm
nigga,
not
white.
talking
Every
about white
time
supremacy.
I listen to the ladies all the time, all I hear is you crying about a white man, crying about this man and that man.
Well,
Nigga, grab
that's
your
not
nuts.
true.
Hey, why you scared of another man, nigga?
That's
What the
not
fuck do you?
true.
Nah, nigga, all you do is cry up here all day long to women about, oh, mama, oh, queen, this, that, and the other, but scared of another man, nigga. You sound weak, clown. What you gonna do
Really?
out
Is
here?
that what I do?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, you sound weak. I don't see you
Nah,
willing to
that's
go
not
out here.
what I
Nah, bro. I told you an 8-year-old girl got killed by a pook, and all you want to do is cry about the white man, bro. Is that what it is, bro? The white
No,
man
I'm
is
crying
supreme over
about
you.
you because, bro.
Then why you keep crying about him, bro? Why you keep crying
See,
about him,
I can
nigga?
tell
You ain't no
that you're a
gangster.
coward.
You ain't no gangster,
You know
bro.
how I
Why you
can
call
tell?
this gangster
You know
talk?
how I can
Nah,
tell
bro.
that?
Nah, bro. Don't even try it,
You know how
man.
I can tell
Don't
that
even
you're a
try it. Don't.
coward?
Nah, bro.
You
Don't
see
try to
how you
freak.
can't
Nah,
keep
bro.
quiet?
Don't try to moonwalk now, bro. Handle it, bro.
You
Don't
see how
try to
you can't keep
moonwalk.
quiet?
No,
You see how
don't try to.
emotional you
Nah,
are? You
bro.
can't keep
Nah,
quiet?
bro. Don't try to moonwalk now.
And you accuse the
What's
women
your
of being
street cred?
emotional, right?
No, women are emotional, and I respect that
Well,
because
what do
it's
you
up to
call what you're
men.
doing right
It's up to men to come in here and check that
now?
emotion, bro. It's
Everybody
up
in the
to a
chat is
man.
listening to you.
It's up to a
Type a
man to
one in
come
the
in here.
chat if you
It's up
think
to a
that Trey
man,
is
bro.
being emotional like that.
It's up
We're
to
gonna
a
take a
man, bro.
poll,
Nah,
okay?
bro. You're scared of the white
All
man,
right, so
homie.
y'all
You're
type a
scared of the
one in
white
the
man.
chat if
Type
you
of one
think
if Maximum Black is
Trey
scared of the
is
white
being
man.
emotional,
Come on,
and
Maximum
type
Black.
2 if you think he's
Nah,
not.
bro. Bro, are
We're
you
gonna
scared of
take
the
a
white
poll.
man? Are you scared of the white man? If you talking
Absolutely
all that
not.
shit, okay, then run up to that white dude. Go up to that white cop. Because you scared to run up to the poop that shot Sequoia Turner. Go up to that white cop crib and handle him. You ain't willing to check the mom. Go check the
What I
cop.
want
Go
to
there.
go to the white cop's crib for?
I know you won't because you scared. You believe so firmly in
For
it. Go
what?
handle your business. You
That would
start.
be stupid.
What? Nah, nigga, you got the ball. You got the juice, son. Go do it.
What type of dumbass is gonna go to a white cop's
Go do it.
house?
Nah, bro, you talking all that? You talking about you want cats to run up in niggas' crib? You want drop squads to go up there and put
That's not
hands
what I
on
said.
niggas? You did, bro. I can run the tape back. Nah, nigga, don't lie. Nigga, a bitch lies, bro. Don't be a bitch ass up here. I got the clips, bro. I clip your ass, bro.
Okay, run them
You
back.
sounding like a straight hoe right now, bro.
Run
Don't
them
lie.
back. Run them
Bro,
back.
stand
Run
on
them
your
back.
shit. Stand on your shit, my
Run
nigga.
the clips
Stand on your
back.
shit. You said this drop squad should go put
Run
hands
the
on
clips
people.
back.
Did you not say they should go put hands on people?
Yes, I did. Put hands on
Okay, then
people.
nigga,
I
then
did
nigga
not
stand on
say.
nigga. Then
I
stop
did
bending
not
over,
say
nigga.
run up in
Nigga,
nobody's
stop
crib.
bending over, nigga. Stop bending over like a hoe in
I
prison,
did
dog.
not say
Stop
run up
bending
in
over, Twan.
nobody's crib.
Stop bending over,
Now, I don't
Twan.
have a problem
Stop
with
bending
you
over.
saying what I said,
Stop
because I
bending over.
stand by everything that I
Stop bending
said.
over, bro. You sound like a
Okay?
straight hoe right now, Black.
I stand
Like
by
I said, bro,
everything
this ain't
that I
no
said.
gangster talk, nah,
Hey,
bro.
listen,
Oh,
man,
you
I'm really
crying
trying to be
about the white
patient.
man up here. You sound
I'm
like
really
the white.
trying
You
to be
scared?
patient with you,
Be
bro.
patient for what now? Like I said, man,
I'm
I
trying
come
to
from
be
the same
patient
area
with you, man.
as you, bro. Is you one of them niggas I used to punk
All
out
right?
back in the day? Is you one of them bitch ass niggas I used to punk out back in the day?
Okay,
Nigga, if
right
you want to
now
get into
you're
some
being
gangster shit,
emotional
nah, ain't no gangster
and you're
shit, bro.
being
You was one of them little bitch
unreasonable,
ass scaredy
and I'm
niggas back
trying
in
to
the
be
day.
patient.
Okay, you gonna stop
I
crying
don't
about
want
the white
nobody.
man?
I don't
Can
want
we stop?
anybody
Can we
to
talk
say
about the
that I
drop
wasn't
squad
patient
now?
with you.
Can we talk about the drop
Okay?
squad now? Can we get into intellectual shit and stop hearing about you crying about the white man? This white cop, this white and caping for the damn queen 24/7. Nigga, that's all you do up here. God damn, you think it's gonna get you some pussy, nigga? Acting like that? No. You look weak, nigga. You look
Okay.
soft as fuck, nigga. That's it.
Okay. Okay. So now you had enough of your
Ladies,
emotional outbursts.
ladies, I'm sorry for the language, but I'm sorry, but your boy is being a little bitch right now. And one thing that
Okay.
rubs me wrong is bitch ass niggas, bro. I never liked bitch ass
No, we
niggas.
were talking about the drop squad, and I asked you what was your approach. Remember, you was telling me.
And that's what I'm trying to talk on. I'm trying to speak on that. I ain't got time to be sitting up here going back and forth about old cases. It is what it is. I gave my opinion, what I feel. That's it. You're not gonna change me, bro. You're not gonna change how I feel, what I say. That's it. You feel your way, I feel my way. Boom. But I said this drop squad. Look here. Business needs to be handled. There are too many kids dying every freaking day, but you ain't got the balls to call it out because you're so daggone. You got your head tucked up the black woman's ass, but you got it tucked.
What? Okay.
Okay. Had to remove him because see, here's the problem. Okay. I'm gonna let y'all come up here and say your piece, right? But what you're not gonna do is come up here and get on some emotional tirade and accuse women of being emotional when you're just as emotional or worse simply because your corny talking points are being debunked or challenged and you can't handle it. I've said a long time, if you're going to be on this panel, you have to be a man to stay on this panel. Okay? I'm not going to entertain men who behave like women on this panel. I already have real women up here for that. I don't need no men imitating women. Okay? Coming up here and going on emotional tirades and tantrums and not letting people talk is extremely immature, juvenile, and emotional. Okay? That will get you removed. If you cannot handle anyone disagreeing with your talking point or blowing your talking point up, right? Then this panel isn't for you. This is not for the faint of heart. This is not for the weak. Trey had his shot. Trey have shown me that he's weak. I don't like weak men on my panel. Okay? I don't like men on this panel who behave like women. We already have women up here. Okay? I don't mind you calling me names. I don't have a problem with that. Okay? But let's not get so emotional that we can't have a dialogue and you can't take anybody disagreeing with you. That's weakness, and I hate weak Nagas. Especially Nagas who put words in my mouth and say things that I didn't say. I don't have no problem with what I said. Everybody who knows me will tell you. The Knight will stand by everything he said. I don't back down on nothing I say. So you're not catching me in the nothing. Yes, I said we need a drop squad to put hands on people, but I did not say run up in anybody's house. I did not say that. All right. So hopefully going forward, you guys can learn from Trey's display. That's the way to not behave on this panel. Now, if you can't hold your emotions together, don't come up here. This panel is only for strong men. Don't come up here. Because I'm not going to tolerate or babysit your emotions. Ladies?
Okay. Well, yeah, I can't see how he keeps claiming he has the facts of the case, but he wants to hold the mother primary accountable. But this child wasn't being raised by a
Hey,
single
Mela, how
mother.
are you?
A good Sunday to you, Brother Max and ladies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine.
Hey, Mel.
Yeah, I'm all
Hey,
right.
Mela.
Hey.
You caught the tail end of the action, huh, Mel?
Yeah, I just tuned in
Yeah, you know
about
what? And
a few
he
moments
kept
ago.
blaming. Okay, he kept blaming Trey, Tamir Rice's mother. Blame her for what? What is there to blame? Because she let her son go out to the park. He's 12 years old. He can go to the park by himself and play. You know, hold her accountable for what? Talking about she sent him out with a gun. He kept saying that. Did y'all catch that? He kept saying she sent him out with a gun.
Yeah. I'm like, what is he
Oh, weak
talking
ass.
about?
Another one of these black dudes that hate black women. You know. My bad. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute. Listen, anybody else come up here? If any dudes come up here, I'm telling you right now, man, I'm not with that emotional crap. All right, either come up here and be a man, or don't come up here at all. I'll be right back, y'all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Tamir Rice thing is very, and okay, so he was 12 years old in a park, and he probably had ambitions to be a cop himself. And ironically, because the color of his skin, he was targeted like an animal. It was just assumed he's a beast just because he's a black boy. So then instead of focusing on how our black boys are in fact targeted, because really that child could have had anything in his hands. I refuse to believe, I'll put it this way, that those police officers were going to just drive by that park without harassing that child under any circumstances. I think that it was a case of the child being black. It wasn't a case of the mother being culpable. Like, why did she send him outside? Like, who says that? Why did she send him outside with a gun? And it's like, when a boy reaches a certain age, they don't look at him as a boy anymore.
No.
They look at him as a threat. And so because he could have had like a tree branch in his hand, they were still going to get out that car and investigate their threat. That's what's not being addressed. That a 12-year-old boy is presumed to be a threat just because he's black. There was a trial many years ago a child was put on the stand, an 8-year-old, maybe 10. He was put on the stand being accused of the rape and murder, excuse me, the R word and murder of a girl in the projects, right? A 14-year-old girl, a girl that was older than this boy. And so, everybody is demonizing this child, like, because his family members are gang members, and, they just associated what his family members are to him already developing those attributes of gang activity. So he must have done it type of assumptions. And what I do remember back in the day during the court trial, they would do sketches, right? They would do sketches, and they showed sketches of the boy in a sinister way at first during the trial. But as the trial went on, they were doing more sketches, and they showed the boy using crayons and paper to draw trees and puppies and rainbows and just, happy scenery. And it just occurred to everybody, we got the wrong assailant because this is in fact someone that is not going to pursue, that type of depraved act. And I said all that to say that it saddens me that we're not focusing on the fact that our boys are being viewed as a threat. And they're just boys. They're boys. I mean, yeah, boys are capable of things if they're trained to be menacing. That's likely not the case. They just want to grow up too. And for me to hear that it's a woman's fault that she's providing for her son, and she's instilling into a son things that would make him a target it saddens me, because that's the last thing a mother wants for their son. A mother doesn't want her son to be a target. She's under the impression that he could frolic and play and be happy just like any child in this country. The difference is that people that don't look like us in this country view us as a threat at a very young age. And that's really what it is. I didn't hear everything that man was saying. His avatar is a bulldog for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
He sounded like he had rabies or something. He sounded like he drank one tall can of Monster Energy drink too many. He was very hyper. He was very antagonistic. It didn't take long for him to go into name calling, because he's an envelope pusher, a line stepper. And that's what those types of people do. They are rarely engaged in civil discourse amongst women of the opposite gender, because likely his ego was never protected properly. A lot of men, they attribute their disdain toward women, let alone Black women, is because they can hear in their voice as to whether or not their ego will be safe in her hands. And he just came up here making assumptions that we have no respect for him as a Black man, so he's going to make the first move to be disrespectful. And that was the behavior I observed when I first entered the live stream. And then later I got on the panel because it was just a matter of time before I was concerned, to be honest with you, and I should have had more faith than that. I was concerned that Max was going to blow his cool on that guy. And, but Max is a very disciplined man, and he knew that he knew how to resolve it. I have more faith in Max than ever before. And so it was just an unfortunate guest. That's pretty much what it is. That's another, just another disruptive guests.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a big deal. We could keep it pushing.
Yeah.
And I'm glad he explained what the criteria is to participate on the panel. I'm glad he emphasized that. How are you, Frankie, today? How are you?
I'm okay. I was a little irritated by what he was saying. Yeah, I went back to look at it again to refresh my memory about it. Uh, he kept saying that the mama sent him out with a gun. First of all, she didn't send him out with no gun. It was a toy, and she didn't give it to him. He got it from a friend.
Yeah, like, we don't inventory all of our children's belongings per se. And so
No,
he
it's
was
not a case that
definitely
it was
trying
given
to.
to him as a present. It was given to him a few minutes before the police came. I guess kids
Oh,
playing with each other, like, oh, here, you want to play with my gun for a little while? Okay,
wow.
something like that. Heck,
I think they were gonna harass that child anyway. Either
mhm.
way it go, they were gonna harass that child. Um, as I've mentioned before, they view our boys as a threat, and they're just boys, and that's problematic. And it's
Yeah, and
if
at
it was
12, they
yes
they range in so many sizes and age. I have 6 footers that's 12 years old.
yes
I have some of them that look almost grown, and they 12,
they-
13,
yes
14.
yes
Mm-hmm.
yes, and they view them as a threat. They don't view them as children, you know,
Mm-hmm.
um, as if they're born with some sinister chromosome or something, unlike any other child. That's just not the case. The prejudice and racism is revving up. You know, it's there are a lot of agitated other ethnicities out there that are looking for someone to take their frustrations out on, and unfortunately, that would be our young black boys and black girls at this point too. You know,
Yeah.
and um, you
Yeah.
know,
It's
I
weird.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know what Bulldog was on. His name was Trey or something. His image name was Trey. He sounded like he was foaming at the mouth when he was becoming.
Um,
He was becoming agitated as opposed to exercising self control, and that's you can't be a leader, okay, let alone a leader amongst men if you have no self control. He didn't know how to exercise attributes of a leader. Now, everybody has a bad day and they snap. I'm just thinking about his tactic wasn't even a tactic. It was just like a personality defect.
he was just trying to beat Max over the head with words.
Yeah, that's questionable character right there. Max appreciates people that have good character, and Max can be forgiving with some things, but not when he knows it's a waste of his time. And so he was able to discern that that guy was just a waste of time, and he had to go.
Yeah.
It takes a lot to produce a live stream. Why should he be patient with someone that's a waste of his time? So
Yeah.
I can appreciate that.
Okay. Well, we started off with do you think there need to be a drop squad? Do black people need a drop squad in the community?
Believe it or not, I haven't heard that term Is that like like vigilantes, mercenaries, people that take the law into their own hands? Is that what that's referring to?
Yeah, kind of. That's one of the types of drop squads there is. About getting rid of the bad elements in the community, what they call the community terrorists.
Yeah, like the Guardian Angels. That's an organization I think in some large city in the country. Um, they I think they're called Guardian Angels, and I think they wear uh red T-shirts with white writing, and
Mhm.
and so everybody knows that they are patrolling the community with an eye open for uh trouble.
Mhm.
You know, they're ready to confront trouble and handle it, and
Yeah.
that's why they represent themselves wearing the same type of identifiable attire, because their mission when they're present is to police the community themselves. You know,
Mhm. And
I haven't heard of them lately doing anything, but I think I get the gist of what you mean by that term now.
uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah. Um. Well. Yeah. And there was some suggestions of a more permanent solution. But then what made it turn left um was Trey was recommending, yes, we do have to have a drop squad to for a more permanent solution, but he was suggesting uh white folks as the drop squad.
Or he wanted some he wanted white people to be the drop squad.
Or a mixture of like-minded black and white folks in the black community drop
I
squad.
Yeah, I don't endorse that because it confuses the mission. The mission is for black people to protect black people from the um the dangerous element who would not be black, you know, and so it's like, and I'm not saying that anybody that forms an interracial drop squad is has questionable or confusing missions. What I'm saying is that, you know, all this intermingling, it gets things confused sometimes, because we have to remember the imaging of our young, what our young people are choosing to emulate at some time in the future. And I think it's more important than ever for um our black children to view us solely as in positions of when I say us, I mean black men, of course, black
Mm-hmm.
men who are leaders in the community. Like black boys, they need to see more black men that are leaders, not just hooking up with other ethnicities, but black men themselves, you know, that they can aspire to become. They need to see that, as opposed to we all hanging out with our, you know, other ethnic brothers. You know, it's like these black boys, they actually need now more than ever to see black men united in positions of leadership and protection and provision. They need to see that. And it gets, and the imagery is solid that way. When everybody is commingling, all these, you know, you got this ethnicity of brothers over here and that ethnicities of brother over there, and then we got our black brothers over here. It just it confuses the imagery that I would like to see our young growing sons to emulate, and I hope that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Oh yeah,
I
it makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, not to mention, I think we need black folks, please, in the black community taking charge of getting our community cleaned up. Also, he seemed to have a rush. Like, okay, he was saying that there's not enough like-minded black men to take charge and clean up the community. Like he's expecting instant clean, and the fastest way to get instant clean is to bring in these other ethnic elements to help us instantly clean.
See, he doesn't want to cultivate anything. He just wants to be. He has an itchy trigger fingers sounding personality. Like he just, I want to now. I want to see somebody go down now. I want to hurt somebody now. I need to tear up something. Damn, he just has that type of energy.
These bad elements out now,
right?
Yeah,
we need to blow that up now. It's like okay. I get it. I get the sense of urgency. You can't just run roughshod without a plan. You know what I'm saying? Like it sounds like he wants to be reactive, and that's why Max was calling him emotional, because women can be emotional. Women do have this "I want it now" type of aspect of character at times, because the way I would say for myself, the way my urgency is as a mother, some things are just that urgent. It has to happen now. Like, you don't wait, because when it comes to raising children, there are urgencies that come up. So that's a part of our biology. We're reactive. We have to be reactive because a child might have an urgent matter occurring, and we need to be ready and own it. Now, men, they have the luxury of taking a minute or two to plan something out. They have the luxury of being able to construct a mission. They have the luxury of being able to plan things, and that's why they make effective leaders, because they can draw up the plans. And that's what I think. Max, tell me what I've faltered in my assessment, if you don't mind, please. Where did I falter in my assessment, Brother Max? Otherwise known as, what did I do now? Did I say something wrong?
What happened?
I was just wondering if I said something wrong.
No, you're doing your thing, Miller. I love your the way you broke down to his behavior and stuff. Trey, listen, man. How about you do this? Grow up first, and then we can have a conversation amongst men. Okay. Right now, you have a very childish mentality, and I'm too grown for that. I'm not going to come to your channel and engage in some kind of juvenile argument with you. I am 55 years old, my brother. I am a full-grown dog. Okay? So when you're tired of being a puppy with big paws and grow up to be a real dog, we can bark like real grown dogs. Right now, we can't. And I'm not going to oblige you. I don't have time for childish arguments. We're in a lot of trouble. We're in a crisis. And this shit is for real. We're in the fight for our very lives as Black people, and the fight isn't fair at all. And we need all hands on deck. I don't have time to be juvenile with you. So I'll pass on your invitation. Come back when you've grown up.
I used to like that. Oh, go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
And with that being said, how are you ladies doing?
I'm terrific and fine and all right. Not necessarily in that order. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm about to get out of the hospital, so I'm feeling much better.
You sound better. I was worried about you.
Good.
I don't know if somebody told you. I went exclusively on their panel just to ask, has anybody heard from you? Is he all right? And they said, yeah, he's straight. He's straight. I was like, okay, cool. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
I appreciate it, man. I really do, because that pneumonia, man, I tell you, my lungs is filled up with fluid and whatnot, man. They thought it was COVID. Yo, everything is COVID now. They don't even register a cold anymore. Everything is COVID.
Yeah.
They don't get rid of the word flu.
If
Okay,
you got a
everything is
hangnail,
COVID.
if you got a
Yeah, everything is
hangnail, it's
COVID.
COVID.
Everything is COVID.
If you
Yeah.
If
got
you got the
gray hair,
sniffles, it's COVID.
if
Yeah.
you got gray hair, it's COVID.
If you got watery eyes, it's COVID. Everything is COVID.
And don't let you cough or sneeze.
Oh
Mhm.
Lord, don't let
Everything is
that.
COVID. They don't want to.
That's all
They're not
right.
trying to hear nothing else. Everything is COVID.
Yeah, it's allergy season. Every time somebody sneeze, get a sniffle, talk stopped up. COVID, get away.
What
Okay, ladies,
exactly?
I
What
got
are
to deal.
people?
Okay, ladies, I got to deal with
Okay,
the nurses. All right. Okay, so y'all have some fun and Dane, shut it down when you're done. All right. I'll talk to
okay,
y'all later. Everybody have
okay.
a good night. Peace, power, and
Talk to
unity.
you soon. All right, you too. Yeah, allergy season's coming up, so now people are just gonna be wrongly accused of having COVID. It's like, why are you sneezing like that? He's right. Everything is being labeled under that condition, as opposed to prior to the pandemic, everything was diagnosed properly. But now, and I'm trying to figure out, me knowing what the healthcare system is like in terms of billing, processing billing, in other words, getting their money. I think that there are cost incentives for labeling people under that, as opposed to the traditional ways of finding out what's really going on. I think they're getting paid extra money. I think the healthcare system is getting paid extra money to label people with COVID. That's what I think. I don't have any proof of that, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some type of financial incentive as to why people who, have allergies are being labeled with COVID. People who have pneumonia are being labeled with COVID. It's like, come on now. People who have a dry cough, you know, it's automatically going to those types of, it's going under that umbrella of diagnosis, and I think it's a financial incentive behind it, you know. And
Yeah.
it's scary because, if they got people out here thinking everything is COVID, that's very suffocating and oppressive and mentally, you know. Like now I'm not looking for distinct information as to what the signs and symptoms and occurrences are. All I know is that it's a viral infection that can hinder someone in many different ways. And I think that's the trick of it all. Like it could reveal itself in all types of ways. And so I think that's why they're able to just label everybody that way, including the financial incentive to carry out the what's that called, the NIH national is whoever declared the pandemic, those people,
Mm-hmm.
those people, they're still pushing the agenda. And then there's so many industries that have lost and gained because of the pandemic. There's like a new industry of mask, um, all types of things.
Sanitizers.
Yeah, all types of stuff that has developed a surge in those types of products. So they, when they see those profits, they don't want to let that go. I just feel bad that a lot of people lost their businesses because they went from social distancing to like nobody goes anywhere to do anything. What they call a shelter in place. And
Yeah.
there were some wonderful things that I used to do, like go to museums, go to conservatories, garden parties. And we're talking about things that have enough space where, it's not congested or anything. These are open air spaces, or at least the building is large enough to where, the infrastructure has a reliable air replenishing system. You know what I'm saying? And so they was just shutting people off from doing stuff that they usually enjoy doing. The children couldn't go to school and be with their little friends and stuff. They just made people so upset, you know. Now, for those that have suffered from COVID, I would like to think I'm not disregarding how serious that is. What I'm saying is that the timing of everything, right? Like how Ukraine all of a sudden takes priority over the pandemic. You know what I'm saying? Because we're all settled in, like, well, I guess we're in a pandemic and that's the way it is. And then here comes summertime, as springtime's approaching. Ukraine and Russia, they got their conflict going on, and all of a sudden, all these shelter in place and mandates are being lifted, and tourism is coming back to the cities that were once losing so much money. And so it I'm not saying that C word doesn't exist. What I'm saying is some of this seems kind of orchestrated. Yeah, it seems kind of orchestrated, because let's not forget about the bird flu and SARS. There have been deadly viruses that have escaped into the air before. They were educating us that this particular virus is it lies dormant for so long that so that by the time someone starts developing symptoms, they could have already infected, thousands of other people through, being in the same spaces. So that's what made it what they would call to be a serious matter, as opposed to the other viruses that were going around in years prior. And then the flu and all that other kind of stuff, there was no pandemic for these things, but this particular virus required a pandemic and restrictions and all that, stuff. And I just couldn't understand it until I heard about the incubation period of the virus. So that does make it scarier than most things, because if somebody's walking around 14 days infecting people and you don't know that they have it until that 14th day, that is kind of scary, So I understand the precautions. At the same time, why is it cool now to lift everything? Because now they're claiming that people have what they call it, herd immunity. They're saying that now people got like immunity has developed strong enough just in time for tourism season. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, coincidentally, it's getting warmer and tourism season's coming around, and coincidentally, everybody is with all the vaccines and immunizations and everything that you all done to be nice and obedient has paid off. So carry on. It's like, okay, wait, is this shit dangerous or not? And then we got the other one coming out. The one that begins with the letter O, and then the Delta. I mean, it's just like, okay, so it's basically a never-ending thing, and they're claiming that the shelter in place and all the things, all the precautions saved people's lives that would have otherwise perished because of it. And the only proof to make that appear viable is to drive up the numbers of cases of diagnosed COVID, people who were diagnosed with COVID. And I think that's why they're diagnosing everybody with COVID, because they want to get the evidentiary numbers up to justify why, to keep people from tripping because they lost their bit. People lost businesses, like whole businesses. People lost their income. Yeah, like, man, it was, so that's enough to make folks go crazy when you got children of 5 to support and a wife, and now everybody is topsy, everything's topsy turvy. You get enough of them together, that will cause some type of problem. And so a lot of it is I don't know. I know they should have just been giving people money, people that are losing their jobs and stuff for things that are beyond their own doing. They should have been giving people a lot more money to sustain themselves.
Mhm.
They should
Well,
have did that.
and I think it was kind of eye opening in my state in the beginning when they first did it, the unemployment. Okay, some people. Well, I don't know about everybody, but I was getting 1 week would usually be what I would make in about 2 weeks or 1 month, depending on the job. Um, a 2 week paycheck, and this was like every week. So some people went kind of berserk. Some people were smart with it. They paid off debts. They got themselves financially stable. They able to do things that they had to put off because they didn't have enough money for, like repairs to the
Oh,
house, paying
so they
off
did give people
cars, paying off debts. Uh, some of them paid off the house, or they paid up insurance for a whole year or two. Well, no, well, for a whole year. You know, they paid their insurance a whole year in advance, and then they were paying it every month so that they always stayed a year ahead, or at least 6 months ahead, on the insurance, stuff like that. People that had, families that had family property that was being neglected. Well, now that the men were off, because it was taking them a few years to get a little bit done, they was able to do because the men were now all off, and they had the time and they had the money, and, there was piecemealing, and then all of a sudden all the brothers are there and they taking it there. Oh, this brother come with his crew of family members this week, another one came next week, and next thing you know, it's like, hey, when did they tear that down? Or somebody whose yard was overgrown with car parts and stuff like that. All of a sudden, it looked like a junkyard. All of a sudden, you could see their yard. Everything was neat. Everything was in place. A lot of the stuff was parts were broken down like they needed to be done. They pulled the shed for a lot of that stuff. I said, "Whoa!" I didn't realize how big their yard was. All this stuff was going on during the quarantine. I seen fathers and sons doing repairing the fences, repairing cars, doing work around the house. I saw fathers being more hands-on with their children because, hey, for the longest time they would work at the time, or the kids were in school, so they was hardly seeing them, or some of them, their company let them go late. Like not everybody got out for quarantine at the same time. We had, especially those that's dealing with the oil and gas industry, and uh um transportation, the trucks and all that other stuff. Shoots, mechanics did not get no days off. Mechanics were busy. um yeah so yeah so you know I've seen one man that, well, actually quite a few of the men, I would see them like about 5 or 6 in the evening, because they would get off, and sometimes they make errands to the store unless they were on their off day. All of a sudden I was seeing them during the day, and I was like, because the only time you can leave out your house is when you're going to get groceries or something like that, necessities.
Right.
And I was kind of exposing myself because not only was I getting our necessities, I was bringing different relatives to get their necessities who didn't have a vehicle, or a neighbor or two. So I was in the stores almost every day, or at least at the store. Sometimes I just feel like get out. I was like, hey, wait a minute. What time is it? Oh, you off today? And, no. The company finally shut us down for quarantine and stuff like that. And I said, I see you got all the kids and stuff. Yeah, I'm giving my wife a break because she's been doing all the homeschooling. So we needed some stuff from the store. I just drag all the kids with me so she can relax. And then the next time I seen him and a buddy was talking about, hey, what's going on? Something happened to your truck? And he's like, no, I let my wife, because his wife, she was one of the, what they call it, first responder types. I forgot. No, something she was doing, and she was called to work. And it's like, no, I let her take my truck. I have her car because I'm finally have the time and the money to do all the necessary repairs that's needed to be done in the car. He said, you ain't been repairing the car? I said, well, yeah, I've been repairing the car, but as it breaks down, now I can get everything done, not just maintain fix it as it breaks. Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay.
I saw men. They were keeping the distance. Like, okay, these were neighbors that live across the street. One neighbor was behind his fence, verbally instructing a guy that was trying to fix his car. I got my window down because it's a narrow street. I got to ease past the two vehicles, so I'm moving slow so I can hear their conversation going on. And he's like, "Did you find the area yet?" And he said, yeah, but I'm still having trouble with it, or I think so. And he said, okay, hold on. Let me get in the house, go get my mask, and then you back up and let me see what you if you got it. See what you got it.
He had to get that mask.
Yeah, well, shoot, he was at his fence. He was like across the street. They weren't like, they were way past 6 feet apart. He was like out there sitting in the sun, drinking his beer, relaxing. He just got through doing a whole bunch of stuff at his house, and he was just like chilling out. And his friend wanted his help with repair on his truck, and he was just talking him through it. And he said, "I'm not certain I'm in the right spot." And it was like, "Okay, give me a minute. Let me go get my mask. I'm coming over. All right, start backing up." In fact, he said, go back to your house while I'm getting my mask. You better get your mask. He said, well, I don't have COVID. Neither do I. But who knows? We got children. Who knows what they got? Because
yeah,
a lot of it turns out sometimes the kids have been exposed to it. They didn't catch it, but they end up bringing it home. That's one of the reasons why they were shutting down the schools. Or there was some kind of confusion about it.
You know what I was wondering? I was wondering if the pets got it. You know, do pets? You know,
Oh,
since
wait a minute. I think some of the dogs get it. I heard of a cold. The dogs were getting it.
Ain't that something?
Mm-hmm.
Fido sitting around with COVID. Damn.
Yeah. So that's why there's like, keep your pets safe. Now there was a question mark about whether the cats or the rabbits or certain pets, But yeah, some of the dogs had COVID.
Now
or the doggy form of COVID. There's something a little bit different about it.
I'm a firm believer that animals don't belong in the house. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not into having pets in the house. I at the maybe a bird, maybe, but no, I'm not really into. I grew up with pets, ironically, but as I've grown older, I'm just thinking about um how now I think if I lived in a country, I would have a different attitude. I think it's because I live in a city, as people can clearly hear in the background. There's some type of emergency vehicle going on out there. But yeah, so I think it makes a difference as to whether or not you live in a wide open space. That way your environment is controlled where your pet wanders off to. But if I'm just walking a dog up and down these urban streets, and I just don't want his paws, his dirty paws in my house. And because I love dogs, but I don't want a dog because I live in the city. Maybe if I lived in a country or a more rural area, I would have a dog.
Well,
Because they so
weirdly
cute.
enough, country people are more stricter about not having animals in the house. But then
Are they?
again, a lot of country folks raise animals to eat. So they're
Oh,
mhm. Not
yeah.
dogs necessarily, but they believe is an animal that it should be outside. But then
Yeah.
you have country people. They have the dog, the cat. Oh, I've seen some people with the inside dog and outside dog. I was like,
Now,
what
I've
the
heard of that. I've heard there's an outside dog and an inside dog. That tickled me. You know what I like? I like the little Dutch hounds. I think they're shaped like little hot dogs. I like those dogs. Uh,
Oh, yeah, huh?
and
Oh, my
and I
mom
like
loved them.
they're so cute. And I like beagles. I don't know
You
why I
know,
like beagles.
do you know the two dogs you just named are hunting breeds?
Are they really? I
Yeah,
don't study that
they
much
used
about
to
the
hunting.
breeds.
Okay, now it's not used anymore, but uh the Dotson, the wiener dogs, they were used to hunt badgers, I believe. Send them down the badger hole.
That
Mhm.
sounds useful. And that's why they shape like that, so they could
Mhm.
get down in that they can navigate down underground.
Yeah, and
A
the
badger
beagle.
sounds dangerous. Oh my god.
It is. So, don't think because they look like they got short legs and look like little wiener dogs that that they they somebody lap dog.
Yeah,
Um,
I saw
it's
one in the
hard to believe a poodle used to be a hunting breed too.
that yeah, you would
Mhm.
the way they dress them up, you wouldn't think they were, but they can. I seen a gangster poodle. That poodle was mean. It was one of the
Oh
big
yeah.
tall ones, and it was
Oh
brown.
yeah.
And that poodle,
I didn't know poodles could get that big. This thing was standing next to a Great Dane and could see the Great Dane eye to eye, shoulder to shoulder.
they
I
get
was like,
tall,
did they
right,
mix them too?
and
No.
muscular.
Mhm.
I was like, what? The poodle been
This
lifting weights? What the hell? It was
this thing chased us. This thing jumped the fence, chased us 6 city blocks up and down a hill in Denton, Texas.
mm,
I am not a run. I'm not in the best of shape. The only thing that saved me from the dog was this car. Because
thank goodness.
I ran across the fence and run across one of the streets at an intersection and collapsed. I couldn't breathe. I was like, and my cousin like, come on, it's gonna get you, my baby cousin. I was like, he's just gonna get me. It's like the car came out and almost hit the dog. In fact, the dog ran straight into the door of the car, and then the screaming and howling, and the people was like, and so I got my second win. Well, not really.
Oh,
I just got a couple of breaths in, and then we ran all the way to her godmother's house, and then I collapsed again. I was like, shoots.
oh, wow.
It took me 15 minutes to catch my breath. I was
That was
exhausted.
such a close call. Oh my God, you would have been done for because if it wasn't for that car, that dog would have got you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it
Oh
hadn't
my
slammed
God.
itself into the side of that car and the people start arguing and it gave the owner a chance to catch up to it because they didn't know because they had like a 10-foot hurricane fence. We didn't believe it could jump over till it did. I was mad at my cousin. I said, you see, that's why you don't mess with dogs, even if they're behind the fence.
Even if they behind the fence, child.
I
Yeah.
ain't bringing no chickens. I'm going to the grocery store. Me neither. I know. I heard about it, but I never killed no chickens. I've fed chickens. I've collected eggs from chicken. I've named chickens. Yeah, yeah. My grandfather's fussing at me. I said, "Well, it's your fault. You brought them to my house because we were staying at my great grandmother's house.
And you got
It was
attached
a
to the
family house.
chicken that was made for
Well,
dinner.
weirdly enough, I got attached to the roosters. All the chickens look alike. They were all white with feathers, and it was like 30, 40 of them. But the roosters had their own coloring. There was red, who's the fighting rooster, of course, by the name, he's red. Sometimes I call him Red Fox, but his let me see. Greg was gray. Leon was a big fat white rooster. He was so fat he waddled. It was the first time I saw a rooster that waddled. Or you swear he was a duck or something?
The rooster needed Weight Watchers.
Yeah. But guess what? He was the most active sexually out of all the roosters.
A big old fat greedy rooster, horny all the time.
Yeah, but I felt sorry. Well, at first I didn't know it was a rooster. I thought it was a black hen. Until I said, hey, I was talking to my grandfather, where you get the black hen from? He said, that ain't a hen, that's a rooster. I said, no, they don't look like a rooster. But apparently the comb that stands out on rooster hadn't fully developed. It was something must have been wrong because it wasn't fully developed, but it was definitely a male. It was bigger than the females. Well, actually, females don't really have a comb. They just have like this little bitty mark at the beginning of the head. I think of it as like a little part. While, but this rooster had the full all the way to the back, and it stuck up a little bit. But because it was so low, I thought it was a hen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had to make escape. I said, yeah, okay, because he was getting beat up. Well, actually, he was being assaulted by the other roosters who were just as confused as I was until they tried to do something and like, hey, you're not a female. My mom and my people to be like, how you make up these stories? I said, this is what I see. Rooster jump on the black, what he thinks is a black hen. Oh, I got you. You mine's now. And then like, hey, you're not no female. And then attack it like as if he deliberately lied to him. I'm like, anyway, the black rooster got enough of that. And I saw
cracking me up. You cracking me up.
So I saw him.
All that as you saying it.
I saw him and a couple of hens making the escape in the night.
Oh man.
I was like, where is it going? We had a lot of tall grass. At first I thought it was just trying to hide in the grass just to get away from the rooster. Well, it just so happened my grandfather decided to cut the grass. But it was too high. It was going to damage her. So he was cutting down the highness down. And there's a hole back there. And I was like, where is what was I calling the black one? What was I calling him? Dang it, I had a name for him, but I can't remember. Well, let's just call him Jay for right now. I couldn't find Jay. And where he usually be at and the hens that be hiding with him, they were all gone. I was like, where's Jay and them hens? I said, now, last time I saw Jay, I could have sworn I saw him and the hens sneaking out. They went through that field. They went through there. In fact, right where that hole, Big Daddy, I think the black rooster and a bunch of hens escaped.
Where were they going?
Okay, behind us was an alley. And then across the street, across that alley, across the street of the alley, because it's like a gravel road. I call it the shortcut. through to the next street over, and there was another house, and I think they were trying. I think they were just making their escape. I was like, oh my goodness, Jay escaped like a runaway slave. Waited till
they were smelling. They were smelling all the fried brothers and sisters and stuff. You know,
actually, we didn't.
You didn't cook
some fried eggs, but they
okay.
didn't. We weren't. Oh yeah, and we had a chow as a pet, a puppy, but he was a puppy at the time that my grandfather brought these chickens, and Leon was a bully, was bullying him for his food. Leon was greedy.
Apparently.
He was a greedy rooster. Not only did he eat his chicken feed and whatever bugs he find, he was also stealing my dog's food.
Ain't that something? No wonder he was wobbling.
He would bully because he could jump pretty high. He can jump high enough to scare the bejeez out of me into dropping the feed.
How high can he jump?
Okay, so I was about
like 3
5'5".
feet.
I was about 5'5" at the time, so we're talking about 5 feet, at least within in my line of sight.
A rooster can jump 5 feet high.
Shoots. If you don't keep their pin feathers cut, their flight feathers cut, they can fly for a short distance. Mainly, it's like they're doing a real high jump. And then they spread out their wings and they glide down. How I found this out? Okay, I told you we had a chow named Teddy. He was a puppy. He was being bullied by the white rooster. Well, Teddy grew up, but he still was, and then one day it's like it clicked to him. Wait a minute, I'm bigger than him.
Right.
So he growled. Instead of running off, he growled.
Right.
Like, you're not getting
like
my food today.
He was like, "How you like me now?"
no, but Leon is not picking. But the white rooster Leon is not picking up on the threat that Ted is growling at him, and he's just strutting up. Oh, you want a piece of this? You think you dog enough to beat this rooster? And Leon jumped up, and Teddy jumped up and snapped. And feathers were flying, and Leon took off running. I was like, and all of a sudden, Teddy was he had no fear of no roosters, no chickens, none of that. Then he developed what I call chicken football. Now, if you do not cut the flight feathers, they will grow back, unless you know how to permanently remove them. Okay, if it becomes necessary, chickens will fly or they will jump and glide. So Teddy decided he's gonna have some fun. He chased the chickens, and the chickens will panic, and they will try to fly. And as Teddy get closer, they'll find a way to jump and get some height and glide over. And they praying that they don't get down to where he's at, and he's underneath there waiting with his mouth open. He's going left and right, almost like a football player waiting for the ball to come down into his hands.
Oh, Frankie, come on now.
and Teddy's case into his mouth.
Oh, God.
So you get flap. Now there's a 10-foot hurricane.
Teddy was the running back in the yard.
Teddy was the quarterback.
The quarterback. Oh no! Come on, Frankie. Damn. Come on now. You painting all these visuals for me in my brain. Okay. I have an imagination. You crack me up.
Imagine the chicken is not only the player, but he's the football. Because chickens are about the size of a football.
You're tripping me out.
So imagine if the football had legs and could run.
You got me thinking they got shoulder pads on and helmets.
Yeah, the shoulder pads are the wings.
That's
Yeah.
funny. Oh my God. Just
And it's being chased by, okay, I guess we'd be okay. It's being chased by the tackle, or I'm gonna have to get some football players to tell me which position would be chasing after the ball. Let's see,
um
did they
my
chase you when I
I
was
don't know the positions of football, but I do have an imagination, and I'm just imagining
So
these.
imagine this big linebacker. Okay, yeah, linebacker. Imagine this big linebacker of a dog chasing you because you got the ball and you are the ball.
You
And if he
are
gets
the
a hold of
ball.
you, and if he gets a hold of you, he's gonna grab you by the mouth and shake you and then fling you up in the air. If you're lucky. But you don't know which way he's gonna go. So you're going and you running your little feet off and you flapping them wings trying to get some flight. And then
Oh
you
my
feel
God.
his breath coming up to your behind, and you jump to get out of the way, and you spread your wings, and you get a little air underneath there, and you up higher, but you coming back down. You flapping. Let me get to the fence. Let me get to the fence. I'm gonna be safe on the other side of that fence. If you're lucky, you made it to the other side. If you're unlucky, you coming down, and Teddy is waiting underneath you, trying to catch you, who is also the football, but he's not catching you with no hands. He's catching you with a mouthful of teeth.
You know, this is the thing of great animated, animated classics, right? Like what you've just described, a person that has an imagination and the talent enough to construct the animation, they could take that storyline and just make a fortune, because that children would love the concept of animals having humanistic traits where they're playing football and the chicken is the ball. And and it's like
one minute the chicken is the football player with the helmet, and he's he got a shoulder pad, he's running, and then all of a sudden he turns into the football.
It's the dogs against the roosters, and the chicken is the ball. That's crazy, man.
Oh my goodness.
That would make a hell of a cartoon.
Yeah, and you know what? When Teddy's going through there, the chickens are defenseless because the roosters hide.
And the cats are the cats are the cheerleaders.
What?
The cats are the yeah, in this animation that I'm constructing.
No, it's more like the rats are the cheerleaders.
Oh
no! Because they cheering for the chickens because they like to they like to sleep under the chickens to get warm and eat the eggs.
God. See, this is why I'm not going to be a farmer under any circumstances. I can't deal with all that nature. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I like cause I thought about how cute it would be to gather your own eggs from your chickens. And now you're telling me that vermin they see comfort under the chickens next to the eggs.
Well, you see what happened. What we weren't prepared for chickens. That's my grandfather's fault. And we had this this partial shed that was holding a hot water heater. And I went in there to get. We also had stored some boxes in there. I went in there one night. The chickens are in the framing of the roof. I guess it was supposed. And the roust. I forgot what they call that area high of the roof, but you see the wood beams. The hole of support. Anyway,
the roof
up there. And they were also nesting in some of the boxes, but from what I could see from the ones that were sleeping at the top, I saw something peeking from underneath one of the chickens.
I don't want to hear nothing about. I don't want to hear that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I told you I have an imagination. I don't want to hear about vermin.
Okay, no more about vermin.
Yeah, that's something that I don't want to entertain my imagination with at all.
Yeah, you figure my grandfather would learn his lesson with the ducks.
Now, what
Mhm,
I have heard when it comes to certain farmers,
mhm,
they have they have a way to deter varmints, or
mhm.
those little unwanted varmints. I don't know if they use I think they call it deer urine or something. It's some type of predatory urine that they buy at some of these supply stores that they place around their property to keep vermin away.
Oh,
So
well,
people don't have to have rats if they are, if they have farm animals and stuff. They don't have to
mhm.
have that. There's
Yeah.
all types of things.
Yeah,
I
so
know.
yeah, we weren't. Yeah, as I said, we weren't prepared for that. My grandfather just surprised us out of the blue with that because we had the space.
Yeah,
hmm
I
But
was tri-
but
I
there
was
was another
tripping, right?
deterrent too. See, Teddy really hates vermin of every sort. Unfortunately, he sees cats as vermin too. But that's something we had to learn. We had to learn to deal with.
Well, I thought cats were predatory enough to keep the vermin away, but apparently farm cats are lazy and they just let them roll. You know.
No, well, you see, we weren't a farm. We stayed in town, but
Oh, okay.
but there was farm. There was at one time farms there. Or we had there was a big enough piece of property where you could raise a few animals, some chickens, some ducks, maybe a goat or two, and stuff
I
like that.
I just heard that like a cat in an environment like that, they just lazy. They
Oh,
just
well,
lazy.
that's if you feeding them. If you feeding them, they have no need to hunt.
Oh,
And you
okay.
don't let them in your house. They're what they call barn cats. BARN.
Okay.
You don't feed them, or if you do, you feed them minuscule as possible. So they're forced to hunt, and
Yeah.
they will kill. They will kill. They will kill the rats. Even if they don't eat it, they will kill it. I
I,
because
I used to watch Family Guy,
mhm,
and I remember one episode where the talking dog in the animation of Family Guy,
mhm,
they were chastising him about his dog characteristics, and they were
mhm.
saying, "Yeah, remember that time you brought a dead bird in the house?" And the dog got offended. He said, "That was for the family." It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
the way they humanize these animals in these animations, it was too much for me. And then the baby Stewie, he was basically an evil adult, but he was a baby. And there was this conversation I had years ago about
Mhm.
whether or not those types of animations are appropriate for children.
I mean, it
And
worked.
they were not appropriate for children, and I kept defending that, but they saw no harm in it because it was an animation. I said, just because it's an animation, that doesn't mean that it's appropriate for children.
Mhm.
Like, take some of those animes, right? Some of the cartoons, they have women that are sexualized. That's
Yeah.
not appropriate for children. Like, just because it's an animation, that doesn't mean a child is supposed to sit down and watch that. So when a child just, comes home with a or downloads some type of animation, I endorse parents to make sure they know exactly what that animation is about, because a lot of people are disguising perversion
Mhm.
with animation.
Oh yeah.
I I miss the good old days when, cartoons were just cartoons, but now they're disguising perversion with animation, and that's
Mhm.
trouble. That's just one extra thing a parent has to look out for now. It's like you can't
Yeah.
even trust these animations anymore,
Oh
you
yeah,
know.
I remember when South Park came out. I didn't know about South Park. I heard about it, and one day I did happen to look at it. I was like, man, this is a five mouth cartoon. But I was used to cartoons and anime that were
It was a
adult
foul
children.
mouth cartoon, wasn't it?
Yeah, I said these kids are five mouth. See, even where I'm at, I'm not used to white kids calling their mamas the B word or telling their mother to shut the F up and stuff like that.
It was
And
crazy.
even still, I'd be looking at them like, stop it. It's weird. I
And
gotta
and
stop
they
that.
and so the children are sitting there watching these adult
Mhm.
themed cartoons because the parents think because it's a cartoon and
Cartoon,
all they
yeah.
remember is Tom and Jerry, they thinking it's cool. It's like, no, this
Yeah.
is
And then
not
they
Tom
try.
and Jerry, you know?
And then they tried to sue the creators of the cartoon. Said, "Oh no, those creators had covered their behind." They put out a disclaimer saying that these were not fit for children. Then they played the sucker late at night. Well, at least late compared like 9 o'clock Eastern time. Most kids supposed to have been in bed at 8 or just going to bed at 9, depending on their age group. So, or was it 9 o'clock? What's
I thought they
LA
used to
time?
play at 7 p.m. on Sundays back in the day. They used to
When it
play it
first
during
came out,
prime
when
time.
it first came out, it was not put down at a time where kids would be able to access. We talking about like when I saw it, it came on like 11 o'clock at night in my zone. I was in Central Time Zone,
Well,
and
I didn't really watch South Park. I knew of it and I knew how foul it was. I knew
and
that.
I started hearing a couple of kids start saying that. I don't know where you're getting it from. I said, he's getting it from that cartoon South Park. Why are you letting your child watch that thing so late at night? And why are you letting your child? But it's white people. They just, I just put it down as white folks. What you
And then
talking about? It's a cartoon. I said,
I
have
heard
you looked at that cartoon? I said, well, no,
what
it's just a cartoon. I said, why you let your child
but
so
Frank
late?
but
Mhm.
Frankie, what about SpongeBob? I heard SpongeBob was perverted. Is that
Um,
true?
I don't know. No, it turns out. Wait a minute.
I
I
heard they
haven't
make
seen it.
homosexual references often in those in SpongeBob.
I
I you
haven't.
know,
Now I
like
heard that one of the animators or the voice for it is gay, but I never heard. But I don't watch it often enough.
no, it was like SpongeBob would bend over and spread his butt cheeks, talking, and
Oh,
it was some crazy that somebody had said to me that SpongeBob was, promoting other than heterosexual relationships. I'll put it that way.
uh-huh.
And I found that to be disturbing because I know that they feature SpongeBob on a kid's or rather child's TV network on
Oh yeah.
cable.
Uh-huh.
Like they even had marathons back in the day. And for whatever reason, I didn't have that channel. I was
Mm-hmm.
thinking about getting that channel, but I never did.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad I didn't. What was it, Nickelodeon or something
Yeah, it
it
was
was?
Nickelodeon.
Yeah, I heard because for whatever reason, I heard Nickelodeon had some off-base humor, but it's disguised as a children's channel. And so I just
Um,
never signed, I never subscribed to it. And I'm glad I didn't, you know.
Charlene, have you ever heard of this?
Hey Charlene, how you doing, sister?
I'm good. Heard of what? Fill
Have you
me in.
that SpongeBob the cartoon for the kids was having some off base alphabet reference.
I didn't see it in episodes, but my son don't watch it anymore. He used to
Mhm.
watch it when he was younger.
Now I heard that the YouTube SpongeBob that there was um a fake SpongeBob. It looked at the anime and all that stuff looked at about the same, but it was more adult than kids. But because there was a confusion, um, it got into the kids area. But that's about the most I've ever heard about it. Hey, bro, speak.
Hey,
Hey,
what's going
Coach
on?
Speak.
Hey,
Long
brother.
time.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Hey,
We up
you
here
saw this
talking
on
about the
our
corruption, the sneaky way that animations can corrupt our children.
Yeah, especially SpongeBob. SpongeBob. Yeah,
You heard about that?
yeah. I watched it. I used to
You
watch it.
so okay, you saw the episode and everything?
That particular episode.
Or was it all the SpongeBob's
It was
episodes?
it was sprinkled all over that SpongeBob.
Okay. I've only
So
watched
Wait,
one.
Joe Speak. How old were you when you started watching SpongeBob?
I have to be my. When did it come out? I'm trying to remember.
What?
It had to be in the early 2000s.
Oh yeah, well I was in college then.
Okay, so I'm like,
But no, if you babysitting children and you like, okay, let me go ahead and turn on this cartoon, and you sitting there watching it with the children, it's like, wait a minute, isn't that a alphabet reference right there? You know.
But you gotta understand. I might not have paid any mind because I grew up with Bugs Bunny, and Bugs Bunny was cross dressing, kiss Elmer Fudd. He kissed with people. He
that's true.
Yeah, so you know.
Yeah, so it's always been there.
Over my head.
It's always been there.
It's always been there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just they taking it to another level now.
Snow White was living with 7 dudes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe that was the start of my.
I'm just being funny. I'm just being funny.
That might have been the cause of my having. I'm going to have 5 husband dream. Or fantasy. I'm going to have 5 husbands. Yeah. If he can have 4 wives, why can't I have 5 husbands?
Oh man, we going down the rabbit hole now.
That was a whole mess. Look at this.
But they weren't. They had to be mad as heck. They doing all this stuff. They giving her diamonds. They giving her a safe place to stay, and she runs off with the prince.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They ain't loyal.
Yeah. But he ain't loyal. All they got was a kiss on the head.
Yep.
They was short. They were shorties. She wanted somebody taller than them dwarves. She's like, y'all doing everything for me and stuff, and this is free room and board.
I'm not talking about the dirty books I've actually read where I wasn't all, but that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, I forgot about how trifling Bugs Bunny was. Yeah, when I look back on it, he was cross-dressing and kissing other creatures.
Yep.
Bugs Bunny had some boundary issues. Oh man. And what's up with that? He just walked around with that carrot all the time.
What's up, Doc? Like it's a cigar.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was always trying to get Daffy Duck killed by saying it was duck season.
And Elmer Fudd, what was up with his incel ass? I'm sorry. Did I go too far?
Yeah. At least Porky Pig had a girlfriend.
Right. Elmer Fudd didn't have a woman. What's up with that? No wonder he was violent.
To get with Lola Bunny.
See?
Yeah. Let's see. Daffy.
Elmer Fudd was violent because he was an incel.
Yeah. Oh, and let me see. Wait. What was his name? The skunk was always after. It was always after the cat.
Oh, Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew was after the cat.
He was a womanizer.
Yep. They try to cancel him though.
Yeah, they said he was.
Y'all know we up here tripping, right?
He was aggressive.
Just so we understand.
Yeah.
All right. This is for comedy.
Yes, comedy.
We needed a little comedy after experiencing Trey, so we're just having fun.
Yeah, I listened to some of that. But with Trey, you know what you're gonna get.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
What about that bulldog in Tom and Jerry?
Tom and Jerry. Well, he must have had. Oh, he was a single father. You remember the bulldog was the single father. He was raising his pup by himself. We don't know what happened to the mom.
Right. Single dad.
Cat who's after
and he kind of adopted Jerry.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah. And Jerry has a nephew, the little mouse cutie.
And they had the stereotypical black woman in the house shoes and walking around the house all the time talking.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They had that.
You know what cartoon? My favorite one was Arthur. Hey Arthur.
Oh yeah. Hey, it's a wonderful time of day to.
Yeah,
I
I
remember
love
the
that
theme.
song.
Yeah, I remember the theme song. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I
my
like
son
Magic.
watched that.
I was
I
watching
don't know.
Magical
For some
School
reason, I
Bus.
liked the Rugrats. Well, actually, I had a whole bunch of cartoons, but
And
along
hey,
the
Arthur. No, what's the name with the guy that had the lemon head shape?
Hey Arnold.
Rugrats. That was them.
Yeah, Rugrats.
yeah.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
Rugrats.
Rugrats. You just said that. And they had Hey Arnold. They got the
Hey
football head.
Arnold. I know.
That's when the cartoons were popping back in the day.
They were.
Nickelodeon and
Yeah.
Cartoon
You see,
Network was getting it.
also, I watched the Thundercats. I watched the Transformers for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Some reason I could not get into what's that? Well, no, that wasn't a cartoon. So, I was a
This,
GI Joe fan.
Man, you described my childhood.
that's when WWE was popping every Friday night. It was called Friday Night Raw or something like that.
Yeah.
SmackDown.
It was, okay,
SmackDown. Yeah, WWE
I
SmackDown.
knew it was something violent. Okay.
It was fun to watch though.
Yeah, it was quite an era because even at theaters they had the most amazing animations. They had just all types of cartoons that I remember came out, like Prince of Egypt, and that's when the digital technology started coming to fruition to make these animated feature films at theaters, and they were just impressive. Like when Lion King came out, I was done. I was like, you know what? I like this cartoon stuff. The Lion King was amazing to me when I first saw
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I used to use the kids I babysitted as an excuse of why I was watching cartoons because I was a teenager. You can't be watching cartoons.
Lion King was good. Beauty and the Beast was good too. I love Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, that's a great story. Absolutely. And the way they advanced the animation as years went by was even better.
I like all the songs. They was entertaining.
Yep.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden a whole new world popped up in my head.
Yeah,
Probably one of them.
Aladdin.
Oh, and then when they had the series.
Yeah. They had that one. They had Darkwing Duck.
Yeah.
Tailspin.
Yeah. And I wonder if it's really possible to swim through gold. That looked like it'd be painful.
I don't think you can try that in real
Uncle
life.
Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, he had magical powers. He could do that. You try to do that, you break your neck.
I said, why can't he just have a bunch of cash floating around? Why'd it have to be a whole bunch of gold coins?
Well, he just knew there would be a paperless society soon, I guess. He was ahead of the game.
And how come? Even though Scrooge McDuck had an accent, you can understand him, but Daffy still had his duckish.
You mean Donald?
Yeah,
Donald.
I was like, okay, I know you have to recognize it, Donald, but can't you find a mid-ground somewhere, where we can understand what he's saying, and he still has a slight duckish accent?
I didn't really. I gotta recall that. How he talked.
Oh, okay. I'm going old school. There was Popeyes to Sell a Man, and
that was definitely Popeye
and Gonzooey. That's
I remember Popeye. Popeye, yeah, that was my cartoon, man.
Yeah, I always thought it was funny that him and Bluto was fighting over olive oil.
Yeah, I never understood that either. Like, she's literally a beanpole. Nothing.
With big feet.
Yeah, big feet and a beanpole with big feet. Like, Why
Oh yeah.
why are we fighting this hard for this chick?
And where did baby oil come from? Well, they
Oh,
answered
she
that.
had a wait. Olive Oil had a baby.
Well, supposedly they adopted. He was left in a basket in the porch, and she found it. Her and Popeye found it.
So
Um,
Popeye was a stepdad.
yeah,
Oh,
but
And
okay.
stepmom.
were adopted father because both him and Olive Oil. But we used to make up stories that baby oil was Olive Oil and Popeye's secret baby. and
It was a love
they just said that they found it because they didn't want to admit that hey got her
It was
pregnant.
right. How it right.
And it'd be like, wouldn't you be able to tell? Wouldn't there have been a baby bump?
Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, but it's like who calls the baby oil? But after watching the movie, there was olive oil, there was castor oil. Yeah, Olive's brother's named Castor, and since their last name is Oil, Castor Oil, so Sweet Pea became. Oh yeah, Popeye and Olive Oil had arguments. Popeye called the baby Sweet Pea, and everybody else called him Baby Oil.
Now there was the movie that came out with Robin Williams, and people just clowned him to infinity and beyond about that movie. Like, what were you thinking to make that movie? Now I do know that my cousin took us. I think it was Thanksgiving Day after we ate, or Thanksgiving evening, to go see when it came out. It was so bad that I don't even remember the movie. I just know Robin Williams was in it.
I remember it.
I remember it.
I don't.
I didn't think it was that bad. It's a little more confusing than bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Wendy song. I gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Oh yeah. the burger beggar. Right.
Yeah, the bum. Yeah.
He was not shy about that. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Yeah.
Tuesday is when he got his SSI check. Oh man.
Oh, I saw one where he was trying to do that, and it was actually Tuesday. It was like, I gladly.
He meant next Tuesday.
He said, "Well, I gladly pay you Wednesday for a hamburger today."
He changed it up. Yeah, those were the days. I used to watch. I couldn't wait to get home from school to watch the Flintstones and the Jetsons, and because I like the contrast of prehistoric and then futuristic. I love that they did that. I think
you remember the movie?
No, I didn't see the movie.
Yeah, they had the Flintstones and the Jetsons. They came together.
Halle Berry was in it, but I didn't see. I knew it.
There was
an
animated movie, not the live.
Oh,
okay.
Animated movie. Animated. They did have an animated movie, but she probably didn't see it.
No, I didn't. Mm-hmm. I just saw the TV show.
She was. We used to get it on Saturday and get all the Hanna-Barbera. There was Jabberjaw. Jabberjaw used to be my favorite.
Hanna-Barbera.
Jabberjaw.
I remember Felix the Cat. I remember Felix the Cat. That was a little black and white cartoon. I remember Underdog.
Yeah.
I remember
Underdog.
And don't forget Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah. Yep. Yogi Bear.
Oh yeah, the picnic basket.
All that good stuff, man. All that good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, TV was a good babysitter from time to time.
Yeah, especially if you got home from school and your mom and your dad wasn't there yet. Shoot, go straight to the TV.
Yep.
Go straight to it. I know. I couldn't have been no more than 10. Went straight to that television after school. Went straight to it. All three of us sitting there just watching it with our little snacks. I think what did we do? We made peanut butter and jelly sandwiches sometimes, and then other times we made bologna sandwiches, and then but we weren't allowed to use the stove because we were young. So whatever.
How old were y'all?
I was 10. I'm the eldest, so my youngest sibling was about 7, I think. And so at 10 years old, you have to keep in mind that my aunts were coming over. You know, it's like they knew what time we were supposed to get out of school, but my aunts being young, they just kind of got there when they felt like getting there. So a lot of times we were never supposed to be unattended, but because my aunts were young, they just got there when they got there, you know, and we were instructed not to touch the stove, and we were instructed to feed ourselves with what's in the cupboard, you know, or the refrigerator. And so, and you know, that reminds me of one of my classmates in elementary school. They died in a fire because you know, she was the eldest, and she was, you know, just trying to feed her siblings, and things didn't work out so well, solely because the mother would lock them in. Like there was no way for them to get out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So and Danice, God rest her soul, she was brilliant. I mean, she was studying Mandarin, Chinese language in grammar school. You know, she was always celebrated for being someone that was going to be highly successful. So she had the level of confidence to think that she could operate, you know, appliances, you know, but because a lot of people rumored that it was like some space heater or some electrical wiring. As it turns out, she was trying to make some food for her siblings. So, and something got displaced, like either a dish towel was too close to the flame, or she didn't do something. It was something that it was never fully explained to me, but as an adult now, I can construct with my imagination them telling us that the fire came from cooking and not an electrical you know, because that was, yeah, not from something that was wrong with the building. It was because that was the whole thing. They were saying they should sue the realtor because there was faulty wiring and all this other kind of stuff, and that didn't pan out because it was discovered that Donice was trying to cook something on the stove, and it overwhelmed her when the fire got out of control and they couldn't get out because their mother would lock them in, because her concept was she didn't want anybody to get inside the place. Like that was her concept. Like she had the kind of door that only a key, you need a key to unlock that door, and then she had a gate outside of that where it was locked, so the children just didn't have access to unlock the door and get out. And so when the fire department came, they died pretty much from smoke inhalation because they put the fire out, and the children weren't burned, but there was smoke inhalation, and that's how they died. Yeah, but it's tricky. It's tricky being responsible for I don't know. It's just tricky.
I think what it is, the reason why she felt it would be safer for them that way is she dealt with some type of trauma where that's what would put that thought in her head, and she want that for her children.
Yeah. Yeah, and I remember that day because my mother and father had this way of just we were just babysat by our extended family, pretty much, you know.
Yeah.
But that particular day, both of them, they scooped us up, and they didn't let us out of their sight for like months. You know, they were always around, you know. Prior to that, you know, they would always party after work. They would work hard and party harder because they had the support of their, you know, their families to watch over us. But after that happened, like we couldn't get rid of them.
Mhm.
You know, they were just hovering over us like never before after that happened. You know, yeah, I know that woman to this day, and she uh my heart pours out to her because losing a child is, you know, losing children is hard enough, but to really, you know, just ruminate in your mind the shoulda woulda couldas of a tragedy like that has got to torture her spirit on a daily basis, even to this day. I'm not sure if she's still alive or not, but I remember seeing her at church a couple of years ago, and she was the pianist at the church. And check this out, right? She married the upcoming pastor of the church, but as time went on, and he got successful as a pastor, they got divorced, and he married a young girl, a young wife, very young,
Uh-huh.
you know, much younger than her, you
Yeah.
know, and you know, so that's how it goes, you know. You know, it's just you know, that's just how it goes. But
Yeah.
yeah, I have no idea if she's still with us to this day. I gotta find out. You know, after my brother passed a few short years ago, I just, he was the one that kept me in touch with everybody that was from around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
He was the one that updated me about that stuff. But ever since he's passed away, I just haven't had the heart to ask anybody if they know of how anybody's doing over there. And I don't go on Facebook because that would be a way for me to find out. Just go on Facebook and figure out who's who and what's what still around. But I don't do Facebook anymore. That's why I know it's not a good idea for a lot of people to formulate these um, connections to where you're talking to each other privately without actually getting to know somebody. And then here it is, you know, somebody gets upset and then they're exposing all the private information you told them online, publicly. And that's what's so vicious and sinister and crazy about this situation, especially the current situations and all the situations for the like the little 5 years I've been exploring Black YouTube.
Uh-huh.
It's the same pattern. It's always someone that was done wrong, and then next thing you know, they're doing a lot of expose videos, and when they actually could have just talked privately like they've been doing. Like, you know, it's like if you got all these text messages and private conversations and phone calls, why do you feel it necessary to not resolve it privately the same way you all were privately talking? And I'm not being judgmental. Some people have a valid grudge. Some people hold a valid grudge, especially if somebody, stole your money and all that other kind of stuff. That's a valid grudge. It's just the same pattern for the last 5 years. As it turns out, they actually didn't know each other well enough to be each other's confidant in the first place.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's one thing to have a conversation with somebody and you're talking about general things and things that you find familiar and similar and that you can resonate in a conversation with people that are just general. But when you start talking about like intimate details that if it ever got out could actually embarrass you, I wouldn't advise people to have those type of discussions privately until you actually get to know the level of that person's character, because it could backfire on you as soon as one of you all get pissed off at each other. And I've seen it play out for the last 5 years in some form or another.
Yeah, that tend to happen a lot. I'm like,
Mhm.
that's yeah. I'm like, you don't know this person. You never met this person in real life, real time, but you telling them like secrets that could get you or get someone else in trouble, and you think that this person is going to be at least generous enough not to say anything, but like you said, they get mad, and then all of a sudden, or if they doing dirt and you know they doing dirt, but you okay with it because they doing dirt to your enemy. But then when it's done to you, now you want to come crying about it. I'm like, no.
Right. They'll never do that to me. I know they
Yeah,
low down and ain't no good, but they'll never do that to me. It's like, are you sure about that?
I'm like,
Are you
really?
sure?
That what the last person said. Oh, they wouldn't do that to me. Like,
That's what the last person said. Right.
well, if they did to them, so what you think they're gonna do to you? Yeah,
I
it's
was on a.
crazy.
I'll
It's
never
back
forget.
to
Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
yeah. It's always gonna come back. It's like the person that sleeps with a married man and then marries him, and when he divorces or his wife divorces him, and it's like that you met him while he was married, and you cheated with him while he was cheating on his wife. He's gonna do the same thing to you. Oh no, he would never do that to me. He loved me. He left his wife for me. Uh-huh.
Sure, he did. He sure did. He left his wife for you.
And now
Okay.
that you his wife, he's gonna leave you for someone else. Oh no, he would never do that to me.
All right.
And the minister, from what my brother told me, the minister that married the younger girl, as opposed to the woman who lost her children in the fire, my dear departed friend in grammar school, because she's an older woman, but eventually, I guess it was something about her that where they got married. And because they were both involved with the church, that was what bonded them. But it wasn't too long after that, this young woman came along. And from what my brother told me before he died, like he keep posting pictures about how she looks like a model. Like he would just constantly post pictures of his young wife, his new young wife, talking about, ain't she pretty? She looked just like a model. And I was like, so he's not like, saying anything scriptural. He's just posting pictures of his wife looking like a model. And he was like, yep. Dang.
Yeah, he
Man.
forgot about that Bible.
Mm-hmm.
He forgot
God
all
blessed
about
me with
that
this
good
beautiful
word. Didn't
woman.
Yeah, he's worshiping her. That's his God now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
he? As long as she could keep looking that way, yeah.
Yeah.
See, a lot
Shoot.
of men that value, even in the scripture, it says that beauty fades. It's one of those scriptures that says, what charm is deceitful and beauty, something like that. But anyway, after that, I think it reads that beauty fades, right? And men should consider that before confusing lust with love, because lust and love are two different things. And so when a man marries a woman because she's just so irresistibly fine, she's not going to look like that forever, right? She's not going to look like that forever. So you actually have to love her. You can't just say, as long as you look good, we'll get along. Because then that's lust. You married for lust and not love. So how biblical is that? I was really disappointed to hear that he shifted that way. I'm not saying that the man doesn't deserve to be happy. I'm saying that it would appear that he let his lust take over. That's my point.
Well, that's the same thing happened to Solomon.
Yeah.
He
Uh-huh.
he had all those women, and eventually the women affected his mom and affected his mind and turned him away from God. So it's not nothing new.
The
Yeah.
same
It's just
thing
that
happened
there's
to
just
Samson.
one instead of many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing happened to Samson. He left the woman he was engaged with for Delilah or something like
But
that.
Samson got played, man.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Same
And
thing
this
happened to
pastor's
David.
gonna get played too.
Same thing happened to David.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep. Yeah. So there's something to be said about male vulnerability. In term, because it's almost it seems like it's a trait that is all encompassing to only value lust above all things, so I don't know
I
what to
don't,
say about it.
no, I mean it's just like anything else. I mean, if you lust is lust is important, otherwise we wouldn't breed. So it's
But it
important,
can't be the
but
only thing.
right, you can't let it consume you. That's the main thing. If you let it consume you, yeah, you're gonna cause all types of problems for yourself and people around you.
Well, bro, speak. How do men prevent themselves from being consumed by lust? How do they know when to hold it?
Uh, well,
I'm just asking.
that's you
I'm
got to
sorry.
have
I'm
something
sorry. My mind is.
something other than just thinking about your penis. That's one thing. I mean, if you most protective men, they're not gonna let their lust get the better of them because they got stuff to lose. If you got dudes who like, let's just say the pastor, I mean, he's at the pinnacle. I mean, he's got, you know, pastor got a lot of power in the community. So who's gonna touch the pastor? So when you have something like that,
No one can judge me but God. I
right,
love this woman. She over here looking fine. But
right,
you can't fault me. I'm the
right.
pastor.
We've seen it.
He'll probably even go. Even the Lord allowed divorce. And, but there was.
Exactly.
Hmm. Yeah,
That's
but
what
there
I
was
say.
conditions to that divorce.
If
When
God didn't want me to have this woman, he wouldn't have put her in front of me. And that's all there is to it. I'm the
mhm.
pastor.
Man, shoot. Yep, that's how it go. You saw what happened on what that pastor name? Jamal Bryant.
Oh yeah, the guy that married the teenager.
Mm-hmm.
She pregnant.
Yep. And guess what? He's still the pastor of that church.
He's still the pastor of that church.
So I mean, that's the thing. When you're a pastor, it's real easy to get corrupted because you got a lot of power.
He had a
And
criminal record, and he was known for cheating on his ex-wives, all kinds of craziness, and he's still the pastor.
yep.
You know, I like religious leaders who actually go to acquire their divinity certifications. Like they get their PhD in divinity or something. Like, I like
Yeah.
educated leaders when it comes to religion, right? But people, apparently there's a religion where you could just be a bum off the street. You just need a congregation to support you, and you could be the pastor, you know. And people like that who can just slither their way into convincing people to believe in them and follow them, become the flock. That's where a lot of um
Yes,
dysregulation, yeah, a lot of dysregulation can go on. Just because somebody's a snappy talker, otherwise known as a sermon, that doesn't mean that they're of good character. They just got, they have a captivating way of talking to people.
yeah, it's called a charismatic preacher.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
Well, like back in the day, like you had to be under some people. You couldn't just, hey, I'm a pastor, everybody come in. No, you had to be under people. Like the
Yeah.
church I used to go to,
Hmm.
we had a bunch of pastors but we had the head pastor, and they stayed there. They'll do a lesson here and there, but it's the head pastor. They there to learn how to run a church, what to do, what not to do, and they stay under him until either a church came for them or they go to another church. But it wasn't just, hey, I can just go here get a certificate. Oh, I'm a pastor now. No.
Now I don't know what those tax break numbers are, but there's some type of way where the church doesn't have to pay taxes. And I was wondering if there's some regulating agency to determine the whether or not there is a fiduciary responsibility being practiced with that church that happens to gather qualifications for being under that category where they don't have to pay taxes, you know, because a guy can get a storefront church who's charismatic and with a few applications of paperwork, next thing you know, they got a non-for-profit business going on that happens to be a church, you know, and so they get all the tax breaks and everything, but they're really, I don't know how that works. So.
Yeah,
I'm not quite certain. We have to talk to somebody, but
yeah.
I think there's certain forms they got to fill up, certain
I think there's
types
certain
of
guidelines they have to go
got.
through.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just, hey, here's this church. Let me not pay taxes. I think
you gotta you have to go through some type of modules of courses to become certified as a clergy person. Like I think it's a clergy certification that's one of the things that help qualify you for those I forgot what that's called. 50, it was something. 501.
You gotta
501, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. There's different 501s, but you know,
I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask. I have coworkers who are pastors. I might have to go ask them.
Yeah, and then they still got to go through a certain amount of audit to make sure that everything that they're doing with money wise with the church falls under that non-tax situation, especially if they employ a certain amount of people and stuff like that. Because you know there are some paid employees in the church.
Now here's how the dirty.
Mm-hmm.
The pastor that married the teenage girl that Bro Speak had mentioned, what he did was he had figured out a way to get his mother's house and have it sold to the church for $1, and then he bought it back at $1, and now he is able to, because I think the house was supposed to be inherited by all of his siblings together, and he found a way to use the church for him to be the sole owner of the house. Ooh. by having her sign over the house as a donation to the church, and then he was able to buy the house back, and now he solely owns the home, as opposed to his brothers and sisters, you know, being attached to that property like she intended to. You know, he waited till his mother was sick and then decided to do that. I don't know what they call it, power of attorney, or all those different things that
probably. I think
that's one of those.
It's not
terms.
power of attorney. It's something else.
Estate, something
like that.
Manager?
Yeah, estate manager, something like that. I don't know how.
Yeah, those terms escape me. It'll probably come to me later, but I'm familiar with the terms. I just can't think of it right now. But right. Yeah, there's some way where they're the ones in charge of all of the business affairs, including the estate and all its holdings. And so
executive of the estate.
executor. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Executor. And yeah, so he all you have to do is the it doesn't take much to declare yourself the executor. You just need some type of witnesses to the signature and proceed from there.
Yeah, just get it notarized. That's
Yep.
it. Have the person sign it. Get a notary.
Mm-hmm.
They go in front of that notary, sign it. That's it. That's all they gotta do.
Yeah, you can get documents notarized at a currency exchange, from what I understand.
Yeah, as long as the person is a notary,
Yeah.
the training and pay the.
Yep. Long as they're not family or have a vested interest. Yeah, anybody could be. You can get anybody to be a notary. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes you look attractive as an applicant too, when you have different certifications under your belt, like being a notary, and like I advise people to get as many certifications as they can in their back pocket. Because it just builds up your arsenal of attractiveness for a potential employer. Very few people want to embark upon having their own business, so they can make themselves look attractive as a potential employee or salaried employee by having a whole lot of certifications under their belt that don't necessarily include college.
No.
Yeah, especially if you're get bonded. That seemed to be a really important thing. I keep hearing about, are you bonded? It's like, bonded for what?
Yeah, that's a thing too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna be in a church, yeah, you're gonna need to be bonded because you're gonna be dealing with money.
Mm-hmm.
Hello,
we have Brother Max back.
Hey, Mella, what's going on, bro? Dame, how's the panel doing?
Okay, we got completely off topic.
We've been making, we went everywhere we've been.
I was looking at a comment here in the chat by SKC.
Yeah.
Now, whether he was being derogatory or not, or being trolling, something very interesting about that comment. Okay, Dame, highlight that comment for me.
Okay, you talking about this one here?
Right, that one. An all-white drop squad for the community would be amazing. What have we done to deserve that kind of hatred from our own people? I don't remember anything we've done. Somebody needs to refresh my memory. I didn't get the memo, but what have we done? Right, but you see, we have to look at stuff like, we have to start really looking at things, because I'm uncovering, and I hope people join this crusade with me, of understanding basic words that we were taught growing up, that we were never taught the full meaning of, never taught the full understanding of, and how that word can apply in many areas of our life, in many different situations, and at times mean many different things. For example, the word fear. We don't really know the full definition of fear, and how fear applies in so many stages of our lives and cause us to do even the most smallest things and make the most smallest changes. See, we've been taught about fear one way, right? We got to be trembling. We got to be scared. We got to be on our knees. Oh my God, the boogeyman's coming to get us. But that's not all of fear. That's one aspect of fear. There are many, many, many other avenues and aspects of fear that you don't even know exist and pay no attention to, that affect everything that you do.
Yeah.
So I hope that someone join me on this crusade and go back and start looking at basic words that we've been taught. Look up those words, do the etymology, break those words apart, See how those words really apply. Get the true meaning and the definition of these words so we can understand what we've gotten ourselves into and what we are a part of and how it's manipulating us mentally. What would cause this brother to say an all white drop squad for the community would be amazing? Now, as somebody black, even if you don't like a black woman or a particular black man, right? In your heart of hearts, do you think that that's right? I mean, just as a person, forget about being black. Forget about being a black man or a black woman. Forget about being black. Just be a person for a second and think about that comment. And think about what that comment represents coming from the person who's saying it and what his intentions are.
Yeah, the intention.
And how he wants that comment to be read and how he wants it to be understood.
Yeah, the intention behind it. Yeah.
Right. What did we deserve? I'm saying, what did we do to deserve that kind of hatred?
I don't know. Some people just look to be funny, but they have something else behind the like I can't really say that he meant this to be funny because there's no indication that he intended it to be funny. This is most likely what he really thinks. And that should be examined. Why do you think that an all white drop squad for the community would be
Right,
amazing?
That's why I no longer want to block these guys. I want to use them all as teaching points to teach my people, to help my people, so you can see what's wrong with us and who's perpetuating the wrong. Who is perpetuating the wrong? Where are these ideals coming from? What is wrong with these people? How are they getting to the point where their minds are completely to one side and ours is to another side? How are we separating ourselves, mentally and emotionally? You got one party saying that emotions are bad, even though they were given to you by the Creator, so they must be useful for something. I can't believe that emotions are all bad, but you have some people who tell you that your emotions are bad, no matter how you use them. Some people have the most ridiculous arguments I have ever heard in my life. And you know what? I'm afraid to tell them that.
Well, I usually don't.
Yeah, I'm afraid to tell them that. Like, dude, your argument is just utterly ridiculous. Some of the things that people are walking around here, knocking around in their head as if it's the gospel, is crazy. And fear keeps us from setting these people straight.
I mean,
Fear.
I don't know if it's fear is also, fear is part of it. Indifference, part of it too. Well, ain't me, so I don't give a shit.
Well, I would put that in there with the indifference.
Well, like I said, that's what I'm saying. I don't give a shit. So that's
right, exactly. One way or the other. But you know what I think we have to do? Start doing, bro. Speak. We got to start caring, man. Even if it's on a smaller level. Even if we're not used to caring, we got to start challenging ourselves. Because at the end of the day, we don't have any allies. I don't know how to break that to us any more truthful than I'm already breaking it. We don't have any allies. As a matter of fact, we're gaining enemies every day.
You know what? My mother used to say that to me too. When I used to say that, I don't care or nothing like that. You say, how can you not care? You need to care because that's kind of like a bad position to be in. And you know, I get it to the extent, but you know, it's like but
Because
you can't. But I think it's kind of like it has to be a balance. You can't get it to where it's consuming you,
right,
but to
but
be like completely indifferent to it, you
right,
know, it could be that could be problematic
right. But
as
here's the
well.
issue, though.
Hmm.
Right, if you don't care, your world that you live in is going to suffer along with everything else that's suffering around you. Because whoever's making the world around you suffer, they're not going to care about your position in the world either. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So at the end of the day, we have to start caring about each other. I know that's going to be a hard thing to do, but that's our answer out of this. Without caring about each other and working together, we can forget about it. We're already a done deal. I mean, we're gaining more and more enemies every day, and many of those enemies are black.
Yeah.
And they're clever enemies too. What do you think RBR is? You guys think RBR is a friend to black people? All you gotta do is listen to him. You can tell that he's anti-black. A lot of people that go to his channel are anti-black. I've been noticing. I've been observing and checking out some positions of people that I thought I knew. They anti-black too.
Hmm. Shoot, I've been peeping that for a minute. I'm like, so many
Yeah,
people. You like, dude. I mean, I get where you coming from, but damn, you just
yeah.
going,
Man. You
you're
got
going
people
too
running
far
around.
over here.
Yeah, you
I'm
got
like,
people
what?
running around here. These states of delusion, talking about things that no longer exist. Talking about things that we can change, but we can't. Like for example, you can't go back and change the civil rights movement, but
No.
some people, for some reason, think that we can.
There's actually people think that we could change it.
Yeah,
What they
I
say?
heard
Like
some.
they're gonna get a time machine and go back there or something? What?
Yo, but they was on some. You need to do something about it. It's your generation. You need to go and do something about what happened to us during the um civil rights movement. Okay, like what? We need to go
How?
change something.
Like
Change what and how?
how?
I mean, some of these
How?
conversations, dude. You know, see, like I had an exchange with a guy who called himself Trey, the NBD. I call him Trey the Nerd, right? He calls a very emotional outburst of conversations. This is what I mean by men. We have a lot of uh, older men who are immature. You can't have a conversation, and you're too weak to defend your own stance. I respect very few men, but the men I do respect, I respect because they've earned my respect. But you're not gonna get my respect by coming up here acting like a little girl. I said before, you have to be a grown man to stay on my panel. You know, you come up here acting like girls, and then you are saying the girls are emotional, but you're even more emotional. Why keep you up here? We already got women up here. Why keep you up here when we got the real thing? We don't need you up here. And you guys, and it's a contingent of you that don't know how to have a conversation man to man. And it's probably because you're too focused on being a woman. Stop focusing on being women and start focusing on being men. And learn how to have conversations with other men, man to man. A lot of you guys can't do that. And you call yourselves cooking someone. That's childish. Has anybody told you that that's childish? You don't get anything accomplished that way. Like I
Yeah.
said, stop focusing on being women and focus on being men.
Well, you can't be a man if you're in a system that doesn't allow you to be a man. or to
What's up,
function.
Linwood?
Well, what's up, brother? How you doing?
How
Now,
you doing, my brother? How you?
I'm still learning. Now, I want to
Mhm.
address something that SKC said in the to chat about Jesse Lee Peterson. Um, no, bruh. Sorry. We can't have some Negroes up there talking about our issues when they don't even know how to fucking read. When this clown went on Dr. Rashad Ritchie and was asked a precise question, what is it about the George Floyd Policing Act that he did not like? He said the whole thing. What parts of the whole thing you didn't like? Yeah, I know it's written by no good black people. And if you really think that should be the ones speaking, brother, you need your motherfucking head examined. That's like putting Diamond and Silk up there at the White House press secretary. What the hell are they gonna do? Cut the jig?
Oh my
Listen,
God, they were horrible, wasn't they?
these black,
Jeez.
and I'm gonna tell you something. These black conservatives and these non-white conservatives don't understand that these white folks is pimping you, bruh. You're being used. They're bringing you in for their agenda, not yours.
Hmm.
They're bringing you in there to be the monkey in front of white folks, and you're gonna be dance nigga. Go on and cut the jig, boy. Go on and cut the
That's
jig.
right.
And sooner or later, when they get in office, you're gonna be. And as what happened what happened in 2010, they brought Tim Scott in, they brought Mia Love in, they brought Alan West in. By the time the last election, they were just down to two. And they put Tim Scott in the Senate, and it was just Mia Love. Mia Love stayed in there for a good maybe a few more terms and got exited. There was not a single black Republican in there with the exception of Will Hurd. He left as fast as he came in. And he was being called a nigger by them white conservative supporters. See, I just break it down like this here. The two parties ain't really for anybody. No. But we're stuck with Lucifer and wannabe Jesus. Key word is wannabe. Ain't gonna be. So I mean, let's get a grip here. We gotta start speaking for ourselves. Because if we don't start speaking for ourselves, somebody gonna start speaking for us. And the people who are speaking for us don't got it correct. Like good mother. Well, you got these white folks coming in black circles, clout chasing. They coming in here, sniffing under the drawers. Let me see what I can get over here. Let me see if I can get some traction. Well, woman, I got news for you. You gonna come over here and get fucked doggy style if you continue fucking with us. And I'll send you back home to your pappy. So as the saying goes, stay out of grown folks' business.
Language. I hear what you're saying.
Mm. Okay.
That's Linwood, man. I kind of like the fact that he's over here. I want a lot of brothers over here who got problems, man, so we can try to work through these issues. That's why I say, hey, we're not afraid of anybody's talking point. Come over here, express what you got to express. We'll butt heads if we have to. But at some point, we got to start talking to each other. We got to figure something out. There is nothing else.
Yeah, well, that one in particular, well, the first thing you need to be doing is not talking both sides of your mouth. That's that guy.
Yeah, we're just starting over here, man. There's gonna be some rumbling and bumbling. It's gonna be 40 and slips. There's gonna be some outright falls. You know what I mean? But we got to keep at it.
Yeah.
There's going to be some undesirables that come through. We're going to have to say, okay, come back in about 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with that one in particular, let's just say he don't really practice what he preaching over there. Talking about
The Linwood.
The women. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Okay. Well, we gotta work on it, man. We gotta get these brothers go to the right direction. Somebody has to sacrifice their time to try to talk to some of these brothers. See if we can salvage as many of them as possible, because this is a dangerous situation that we're in, and it's serious, man. Ain't nobody playing with us. And again, there are no allies. All right, Dame. Dame, you on your motorcycle?
No, I'm here.
All right, get the music queued up.
Okay.
All right, y'all, we getting ready to get out of here. Thanks, Bro Speak, for coming up, man. A pleasure as always. One of the few men I do respect on here. You know, always a pleasure to have you on the panel, my brother.
No problem, man.
All right, y'all. So we get ready to get on out of here. We're gonna go peace, power, unity. Then get the music. We'll see you guys probably on LK Rumble. The ladies got a new thing going. Y'all come check it out. It's called Ladies Night Rumble. LK Rumble for short. It's a different version of Ladies Night. The panel is open. And man, so far it's been pretty wild. Okay. So come by and check it out this weekend. All right. Then you got the music.
Yo, check your mic. Let's test these
All right,
levels.
y'all. Peace, power, unity.
Okay, word. We got the sound. Let me know when the break's coming in.
Nah, there's no break. I'm just gonna go straight through.
I kick that shit.
Heaven sent, I can prove this. Any crowd, turn me up loud. KR will move this. Long before Eazy-E, this MC, he was ruthless. Kicking rhyme, spitting rhyme, written rhyme, freestyle. I do's this. Who's this? You don't know me, homie. I'm the one and only. I turn your tool into a toll. Tell you you owe me. You ain't gotta go to the past to know me, homie. I'm KRS-One. My power is now. Eckhart Tolle. These rappers are bony and lonely. I'll catch them coming out of Shoney's. I don't Oscar or admire, they baloney. No phony. I spit for the time from the mind. So when I spit off the head, of course I'm ahead of my time. Yes, I'm better with rhyme, and it's evident I'm the lyrically benevolent kind. This you never gonna find. I'm spitting plenty medleys. This is work, not a job. Rappers are crying like a boss in reverse. They saw. That's when they get robbed and disappointed. They not anointed, get them set up like an appointment. I spit the same heat you like to joint with. Fire, spit the truth, no liar. Heaven sent, this is higher. The mic cooks, I write books. The heavyweight champion. The song becomes a knockout with the right hook. I'm raw, meaning not cooked. These fake rappers heads are down, cause in the face of KRS, they do not look. 40 cal style, rap-a-pum like big drums. When I heat up the club to 420, it's done. Light up the cheek with the chunk. I teach when I come. Knowledge reign is supreme. What these rappers speaking is dumb. It's a treat when I come. I'm not what you used to. I'm the return of Khufu all over these tracks like choo-choo. I'm the guru. So when my teaching premieres, it's Gangsta. Hitting you and your man in the same car. These whack rappers, fuck who they are. KRS is like a hooligan. Hitting them all with the same bars. Hooligans hitting them with the same bars. Your whack style just ain't ours. Venus to Mars. I'm teaching with bars. Spitting these bars. But youngins under 21 can't even get into these bars. So I don't blame them if they not seeing these bars. Cause when I hit them with my universe, all they seeing is stars. Speaking of bars, when I spit one, you can see it's all about impact over an income. The big one, multi-directional and exceptional. 10 of my first 20 albums are all collectibles. You feel the heat when I'm next to you, truly legendary. Underground, undetectable, and revolutionary. Most of what's going on today, you know we knew already. I tried to teach our people about poverty, it took too many. It shook too many. We can see what a curse is. So I re-emerge to show these youngins who the first is. The minister, frying rap chickens like churches. And the worst is seeing your temperature taken by nurses. IV bags, your family picking out hearses. It's like you at the Barclays Center, you won't survive these verses. Sprite means spirit, so I obey what my thirst is. The whole planet, so-called Earth, is what my turf is.
Hold up. Yo, I got this. Yo, this is about to be fire. Levels is on point. You sound good out here. Let's get this project started.